Day morning. The time now is 7 o'clock. Come on in. Welcome to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. We have so many great things lined up for you today, but first we got to take you outside this morning. A live look at the M Bridge. Not the best view here. Of course, not the prettiest day after an eventful night and morning of active weather. First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis has been tracking weather conditions all morning for you. Of course, in the 8 o'clock hour, we're going to bring you in on the latest with the weather. Right now, we want to take you to the Action News 5 website here, the web page, where we post all of our latest headlines. And just to catch you up on a few of those headlines, one child, one man injured from a shooting in Frazier. This is all according to MPD. This shooting investigation left both a man and a child injured, and it happened around 4 o'clock last night on Shada Vista Drive. The man was transported to Regional 1 Hospital in critical condition, and the child was transported in Le Bonheur in non-critical condition. And other developing news, we've been talking about this one for quite a minute now. A dog seen in disturbing video is now in custody of Memphis Animal Services. Now, Memphis Animal Services has confirmed that the dog from that viral video is now in their custody. You know, that video where a man was seen just punching that dog several times. That dog is receiving treatment for her injuries and is expected to make a full recovery, and a warrant has been issued for the man shown beating the dog in that video. And other developing news, a man detained after a child accidentally shot themselves. MPD says a man was detained. Of course, this happened at 12:51 p.m. Officers responded to the call of the shooting, which occurred in South Memphis. A child accidentally shot themselves with that gun and was transported to Le Bonheur Hospital. And although the child was injured, that child is now in stable condition. So that's great to hear. Of course, you can find all of our latest stories on our Action News 5 website. Of course, we're going to keep you in the know about all of that, even here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Again, I'm Taylor Tucker. Andrew Douglas has the morning off. And if you were with us last week, you know we had so many great interviews lined up for you. And that's the case for this week. We are speaking with our friends from the Overton Park Shell on Wheels event coming up, which is so exciting, especially my music lovers. This event is for you. And you know, we are a big foodie town. We love good eats, and the DeSoto County Dining Week is coming up, my friends in Mississippi. So this is going to be great as well. So we're speaking with all of these organizations that are going to keep us in the know about what we can expect happening right here in the Mid-South. I got to pull my chair up to make sure you can see me here. I'm not as tall as Andrew Douglas. Again, the time now is 7:03. A lot of great things lined up for the Action News 5 Digital Desk, and we'll get to that in the next 60 seconds. We'll see you then.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. I want to show you this. This is something that's coming up on Tuesday, April 8th. It is a mental health breakfast, and this is part of the Living Well Network with Methodist Le Bonheur, and this is happening at the Hilton Memphis with Tom Voss coming as the guest speaker. He's a U.S. Army veteran. He's going to be talking about his own journey dealing with mental health. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Allison White Stewart. She is here, and welcome back, Allison. I haven't seen you in a while, and would love to hear more about the Living Well Network and the kind of services that this program is going to offer for people. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. So the Living Well Network is a community-based service. We're free to our community, and we help people connect with behavioral health services. So anybody can call us, and we will do a quick assessment over the phone and then connect that person with the right behavioral health provider. We also do free mental health presentations and education throughout our community, whether that's churches, schools, civic groups, you name it, we will do it. So our breakfast, like you said, is April the 8th at the Hilton, and it is going to be a great morning. We are going to have Tom Voss, as you spoke of, and then Dr. David Rudd, who is also going to be a breakout speaker for us. So it's going to be a great morning.
It sounds like it. Again, I'm showing everybody the flyer there, the mental health breakfast. And this year's focus is on veteran mental health. Tell me a little bit more about that.
So, Andrew, 58%, veterans are 58% more likely to die by suicide than those who haven't served. It's the second leading cause of death for veterans under the age of 45. So it is a huge issue in the veteran community, and we are just wanting to put a spotlight on it and talk about ways that we can help our veterans with mental health services or just support. And so, again, it's very important. Lots of veterans really struggle when they come back from their service, integrating back into civilian life. And so we just really want to highlight the issues that our veterans are facing.
So let me ask you this, Allison. Who should come to this event? Is it just veterans, or is it open to other people as well?
It's open to everyone. We'll have mental health professionals there. We'll have business leaders there. We'll have just community members there, veterans, law enforcement, first responders. It really is a morning where there's such a variety of people in the room. So really anyone can come.
That's fantastic. I know that since we've come out of the pandemic, it appears that there's more focus and more emphasis on mental health. Does it appear to be helping the issue at all, to kind of talk about it more freely and openly?
Absolutely. You know, the younger generation, especially the kids now, with all the social media and TikTok and Snapchat, they're really more open and apt to talk about mental health issues. And I think that that's great. And that's really going to decrease stigma. So that's really important. But again, Andrew, the more we talk about mental health, the more that we destigmatize it and make it a thing that, just like diabetes or high blood pressure, that we're openly talking about it and we're okay to talk about it.
Okay, once again, want to show everybody this. This is the flyer. It's Tuesday. It's April 8th. It's at the Hilton Memphis. It's a breakfast, so it starts at 8 o'clock, and then you have the program beginning at 8:30, a breakout session at 9:30. Anything else we can touch on, Allison, before we let you go?
Just again, it's going to be a great morning. Tom Voss is a fantastic speaker. He is going to talk about how he struggled with mental health issues, PTSD, when he returned from combat. He actually has a documentary out. He and another Army veteran walked all the way from Milwaukee to Los Angeles in support of veterans and highlighting mental health issues with veterans. And he likes to call himself the mindful veteran. And so he has utilized mindfulness and meditation as part of his recovery with mental health issues. And he is going to actually be doing a mindful exercise with the audience at the breakfast. So we're really excited about that. And
That's
of course,
fantastic.
Dr. Rudd, who is great. He's a Memphis legend. He is an international researcher and speaker on veterans and veteran suicide. So it's going to be a great morning.
It sounds like it, Allison. Thank you for coming on the digital desk. Allison White Stewart with Living Well Network and Methodist Le Bonheur talking about the mental health breakfast, April 8th, Hilton, Memphis. We appreciate your time and best of luck on a great event. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Did you know Memphis is home to the #1 light beer in America? Absolutely. In fact, we're talking about Skydog, made by Wiseacre, just took home the top honors at this year's Great American Beer Festival. Amazing stuff. And the brothers who started Wiseacre are joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm proud to be joined by David and Kellen Bartosh on the Digital Desk. Gentlemen, it's great to meet you. How are things? Congratulations on the honor. What's going on?
Thanks a lot. We're thrilled. I mean, you know, when my brother started making beer, he told his first boss, "I want to make the best beer in the world." So we got the best in the country with this light lager. So we're thrilled.
I've known your guys' story for a long time. In fact, I tell people all the time about your story, how you guys had this great idea to open a brewery in Memphis, and then you went your separate ways and came back. Can you tell our audience about that story? I think it's one of the best American stories out there right now.
Yeah, we went out kind of all over the country. I went to brewing school in Chicago, and then I went to brewing school in Germany. Kellen was out working in the western part of the U.S. for Sierra Nevada, and the plan was always to come back home to open a brewery here. But we were, we had a long plan to get to where we were going, and a lot of the brewing school that I went to, the German school, was really about making lagers. And it was exactly what this beer is that we produce.
And correct me if I'm wrong. So you learned how to brew really good German beer in Germany, and then Kellen, you went to Sierra Nevada to learn kind of the business side. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, I was on the business side, worked for a beer distributor first, and so every industry has its own language and set of rules, and I went and learned those as best I could before we came back home to Memphis, and we're able to tap into the wonderful water here, the soft water, which is great for making lagers.
Tell me how Memphis water, because all of us Memphians, we're so proud of the artesian wells, and we're so proud of our tap water being #1. Tell us how Memphis water helps you guys.
So the mineral content of our water, allow me to put my nerd glasses on real quick, but the mineral content of our water is extremely low. So that allows us to make really very clean, crisp lagers and things that you can drink a lot of. And especially when you're making beers that are like this, they're 99 calories and 4% alcohol, so a little bit lower in alcohol and definitely quite a bit lower in calories. It really makes the ingredients stand out in a really nice way. They don't get muddy.
It's amazing. It's fantastic. I remember you guys had high honors with Tiny Bomb when that came out a number of years ago. One of your first big ones that just went everywhere. And I can't remember where I was listening to you guys, but you were describing Tiny Bomb and how you partnered with a honey farm in Mississippi to take away some of that bitter taste to make it an American lager. I just love that story. With Skydog, people can buy that in stores and they can see it on tap elsewhere, right?
Correct. Yeah, Skydog, Wiseacre for one, we're in 22 states. Tiny Bomb is our best-selling beer. Skydog, we're really trying to focus way more on our biggest, most important market of Memphis, where we think it can become people's light beer. So you can see behind me, we got 12 packs, we have 6 packs, and they are available in Kroger. It's available on draft. It's also priced lower than craft beer. So it's more in that kind of premium import price range. And we think this is the best time people could give this a try to become their kind of everyday beer, their garage beer, their shower beer, their dinner beer, any kind of beer.
Anything else you want to mention to your fans out there? I know that there's a number of people that enjoy Wiseacre and all of its flavors. I know that there's some people wondering if you'll have a gluten-free beer coming out.
I would say come see us at our tap rooms. We're at downtown at 398 South BB King. We've got pizza that was just featured on the Food Network. This Saturday, we're going to be the official pregame location for the Grizzlies-Lakers game. We've got a ticket giveaway for the Lakers game. We're going to give away samples of Skydog. We want people to try this beer and see what the gold medal is all about. We talked about the water earlier, how important that is to our beer. If you have great ingredients, it doesn't mean you get great food when you cook. So I would just give my brother and our production team just the biggest round of applause for all the great work that they do in making amazing beer.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. Once again, congratulations on all of your success this year and for the past several years, making all of us Memphians and Mid-Southerners proud. We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Nearly 80% of working Americans say they deal with a complicated person, perhaps a difficult person at work, and almost half say that they would take a lower paying job just to not work with some of these people. So what's the best way to work with so-called complicated people, and how can we turn that into a positive for us? There's actually someone who's written a book about all of that. Happy to be joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Ryan Leak. He is a leadership coach and a best-selling author joining us on the Digital Desk. Ryan, good morning to you. When you say complicated, do you mean difficult? And what is this superpower of working with difficult or complicated people? Good morning.
Good morning to you, Andrew. What a great question. You know, when we actually did a national research study on this subject, and we asked all of our participants, hey, how would you define complicated? And one person wrote Leslie. I said, Leslie? Who's Leslie? What happened? Another person wrote Nate. They said, yeah, Nate is the personification of complicated. So what we learned is that complicated is in the eye of the beholder. In other words, somebody that's complicated to you, Andrew, may be simple to me, and somebody that may be complicated to me might be simple to you. And so what we have to realize is that we are all somebody's Leslie, and we're all somebody's Nate. And when somebody is asked, how would you define complicated, perhaps somebody is also saying Ryan Leak. And so when we start there, that's a great posture to have, to say, all right, we're all getting in this complicated boat together. And if we can learn to move towards these people, we're going to actually have a much higher level of having a job satisfaction.
I gotcha. And I can attest. I mean, you know, there's probably everybody out there, including myself, who might pick one person in an office setting that says, yeah, if I had my my druthers, I'd rather not deal with that one person. So how do we turn that around to make it a superpower for us to say, you know what, I can deal with anybody, including that complicated or difficult person, Ryan?
Yeah, because, you know, I think all of us want a stress-free life, a stress-free work environment with stress-free people that bring us our coffee just the way that we like it. But even if that environment existed, it wouldn't be an environment where we grow. You see, anybody can thrive when they're surrounded by like-minded, supportive colleagues that share their same communication style and work ethic. But that ability to sit across from, collaborate with, and work with individuals who are wired completely different than us, that challenge our assumptions. When we're face to face with those people and we can collaborate with those people, that's a superpower. That makes you indispensable. That allows you to go to your organization and say, hey, put me on any team and I'm going to be the kind of person that doesn't judge people, that doesn't make assumptions about people. I'm actually going to move towards these people that perhaps are sometimes difficult. And I've learned in our research that when we move towards people that we deem complicated, they become less complicated because we begin to understand their behind the scenes. I've learned that complicated people have it complicated behind the scenes. And when we learn that behind the scenes, we often give them more grace.
So, what would be some real tangible steps, or a first couple of steps, Ryan, to go ahead and say, all right, I'm going to work with this person no matter what, and I'm going to make it work? How do we start that?
Less assumptions, more questions. You want to be the kind of person that has a posture of curiosity. Hey, what's it like to be you? Yeah, what does it cost to be you? Like, for you to have this show, for you to have your life, like there's some cost behind it, there's some sacrifice behind it, but you're instantly putting yourself in the posture of curiosity. You're learning more about why they are the way that they are. You're not trying to change them to do something a different way or to become more like you. You're actually saying, no, I want to understand why you have the pace that you have, why you have the personality that you have, why you have the preferences that you have. And when you have that posture of curiosity, you actually are building a bridge between you and that person.
Tell me why you wrote this book, Ryan, and who do you think it's for?
I wrote this book because what we learned in our research is that people can pull off really difficult jobs when they're working with people that they enjoy doing the job with over a dream job with people they tolerate. And so job satisfaction has very little to do with the job description as much as it is the people they're actually doing that job with. And so if we can solve some of these people problems, if we can learn to work with complicated people, we can actually boost job satisfaction wherever we work. And so where you work does not have to determine how you work. So this book is for anybody that has ever sat across from somebody that they just thought, man, you know what? They're just a little complicated. They're a little bit difficult, which is just about everybody.
Anything else before we let you go, Ryan, about the book, the topic, how to become a superpower when it comes to these type of office situations?
Absolutely. I think each and every person has an opportunity today to decide the kind of colleague that they want to be. Some people woke up today and thought, well, I just am who I am. Yes, but you actually can choose to have a different future if you want to. You can choose to have a growing future if you want to. Some people live by accident. I encourage each and every person today to be one of those intentional coworkers that says, you know what, I actually want to make my place of business the type of place that people look forward to showing up to, and I get to contribute to that. So people can get their copy of How to Work with Complicated People on Amazon or wherever books are sold, and they also can get other leadership resources at ryanleak.com.
Okay, Ryan Leak joining us on the digital desk, just released his book, How to Work with Complicated People. We appreciate your time. Thanks for the tips, and good luck with the book.
Appreciate it.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Endometriosis is a condition in which the tissue similar to the lining inside the uterus is found outside of the uterus. It can induce a chronic inflammatory reaction, can be very painful for women. In fact, about 1 in 10 women during their reproductive years have this kind of condition, and that's about 176 million women in the entire world. Let's talk about this condition more and what we can do about it with signs, symptoms, and treatment. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Dr. Patrick Clayton, an OBGYN with St. Francis Hospital. Dr. Clayton, nice to have you back on the digital desk. So tell us about endometriosis. Good morning.
Good morning. So what you said is exactly correct. It's a condition where that tissue is found outside of the uterus, typically in the pelvis, on the pelvic sidewalls, on the abdominal walls, even on the bowels, which can lead to a range of symptoms from chronic pelvic pain to cyclic pelvic pain, infertility, and a host of other symptoms like nausea, even diarrhea, painful urination. And with those symptoms, it can lead to a decrease in quality of life.
It sounds like it. I mean, it sounds terrible. And 1 in 10 women have it, it seems like, based upon the numbers I'm reading from. And what is a woman supposed to do if number one, they're diagnosed with it, and number two, the best treatments that are out there available?
So there are a range of treatments, and the first is to just talk to your doctor. It's not uncommon that women find that they think that their cycle pain is just normal, and for some women it can be, but for other women, when it gets to that point where it starts to interfere with your normal activities around the time of your cycle, or the chronic pelvic pain is so bad that you're not able to do your normal things, then that's when it's time to address it with your doctor, because there are treatments that can range from something like just starting on an NSAID regimen, even something like birth control pills or hormonal suppression can help decrease some of these symptoms. And then in severe cases, surgery may be warranted to help remove some of the endometrial implants, to address some of the scar tissue, and to help address the pain and other issues that are having that way.
So I understand there's no cure. Where does it come from? Is this a genetics kind of thing?
That can play a role. The whole origin of it is not completely understood. There's some thought that it may, during the menstrual cycle, some of the endometrial tissue goes out through the tubes and into the endometrial cavity, or I'm sorry, into the abdominal cavity, and implants that way. But those are just theories at this time.
Gotcha. And can you go through maybe some of the symptoms again for our audience, just so perhaps you might be reaching someone that is wondering what's wrong with them, and they might not be familiar with this?
The classic symptoms would be increasing pain starting right before your cycle, or even a few days to a week before your cycle, chronic pain through your cycle, like cramping. Some patients will have diarrhea if the implants are on the bowel. Some patients will have pain with urination if those implants are on the bladder. And typically, as the cycle goes, then the pain improves for a period of time. Now, some patients do have chronic pelvic pain because endometriosis leads to chronic inflammation and scarring. Some patients can have infertility due to that inflammation and scarring.
Anything else we can touch on, doctor, when it comes to endometriosis, signs, symptoms, treatments? We have thousands of people that watch us here on the digital desk.
The biggest thing I would say is if you're experiencing any of these symptoms, I would address it with your doctor, because it's something that, while we don't have a cure for it currently, it can be treated, and hopefully can, with the goal of improving the quality of life, restoring regular cycles without as much pain, and potentially improving fertility for some patients.
Okay, Dr. Patrick Clayton with St. Francis Hospital. Appreciate the info, the knowledge here on the digital desk. I know it's helping a ton of people out there. Thank you so much for your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's spring, and we think a lot about spring cleaning and really just kind of gearing up for the summer and being outdoors and all that comes with it. But sometimes we got to do a reality check about ourselves this spring and our wellness routine. Are we doing everything we can to be in tip-top shape mentally, physically, and beyond? Let's bring in a couple people to help us with that. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Samantha Pennington. She is a studio leader at Collierville Fitness Lifetime Fitness, in Collierville, and John Broadway, a personal training leader at Lifetime in Collierville. Good morning to you both. So when we talk about spring cleaning, your wellness routine, what do we mean exactly? Samantha, let's begin with you.
Yeah. So spring cleaning, the January hype has kind of almost gone away. And so we're regrouping before the summer, any goals that you might have. We're trying to make new ones that maybe are more reachable. And in our scenario for studio, we have group fitness classes, almost 100 classes per week that range from strength, yoga, cardio, bar, Pilates, cycling. So a lot of variety in those classes. And so I think for anyone that's looking for something to keep them accountable, our classes are number one for that, as well as bringing in the community too. It's always better to work out with a buddy.
No question about it. John, in your personal business, John, where you're a personal fitness trainer and also a leader, where do you see people struggle the most when it comes to just kind of reevaluating that wellness routine in the spring?
Yeah, I want to think the biggest thing is, you start with this New Year's resolutions and, you're in your progress. You're, 3 months in now, you're evaluating, hey, if I hit my goals, am I continue to hit those goals? Like, where am I at currently? We need to take a good step back and say, am I progressing at this point? Because we're 3 months into the year, and now it's a good point to say, hey, am I maintaining at this point, or am I continually progressing? Whether that be, adding more weight to your workouts, maybe changing up your workout routine, maybe trying some different classes with Samantha. So it's changing up your workout really at this point and just saying, am I progressing or am I maintaining at this point?
A lot of times, people, are thinking about the routine. They're thinking about what kind of exercises, how to do this, is strength training or perhaps some cardio, but they don't think about nutrition. Samantha, where should we begin when it comes to nutrition?
So for me, I know that we have a 3-stack for our classes that are easier to comprehend. We all know we need electrolytes to stay hydrated, and we all need post-recovery. So whether that be protein intake or amino recovery, which we have behind us, I feel like if you start with those 3 foundational supplements, I think that we want to take it all, but we got to start simple, just like in our workouts. We want to make sure that we are, doing the right things for ourselves and for our type of bodies, which we all have different types of bodies. But I know John will probably like to add to a little bit for personal training, if there was any other supplements.
Yeah, I think for me, like creatine's a big one, especially if you're looking to, build muscle. It's a really good product to be able to maybe do one more rep, maybe run a little bit longer. It's a great supplement to add in, but creatine and protein are like my big ones. You definitely need that recovery, build bigger muscles, and maintain your muscles that you have.
Great advice on both fronts, both Samantha and John. Thank you. All right, so we figured out, the physical routine, what we're going to be doing, and the nutrition supplements that we can choose from. What about our mental health? Because that wellness routine, we got to think about the mental health aspects, right? Both of you, I'd love for both of you to weigh in.
Yeah. So for me, like, it's all about taking time, like maybe 5 minutes out of the day, do some deep breathing exercises just to get your mind right before you get into the gym. There's a lot of things that go on through the day, whether it be our job, whether it be our family, at home. so many stresses in life. We just need to take a step back, do some deep breathing, get our mind back on track, and get ready for the day or get ready for our workout. So, breathing exercises and then maybe taking some yoga classes, as Sam could probably talk about more.
Yeah, so we have about 25 yoga classes on the schedule, and they range from starting your day with some meditation or maybe some, awesome power flow in a heated space. So you're starting off really strong in your morning, but maybe, you need a lunch pick me up, and we have a really great meditation class called Surrender. Not only are you tapping into taking a step back from your stressful day, but also you're holding stretches for longer. So maybe if you work at a desk or, you're sitting all the time, it's a great way to get your body moving, and it doesn't take a lot. You're just sitting there and doing awesome stretches. But yeah, it's just taking a step back from your day and being able to reflect on, things you might have to do. And even journaling is great. Having a workout journal, being able to plan out when you can take a step back, and just having a good plan for yourself.
I love it. Okay, final thoughts. I mean, we've covered a lot there. So final thoughts I leave up to you guys. Anything else you want to mention? This has been great.
Yeah, I do want to plug in our nutrition is not, or our supplements are not only for lifetime members. They're available to you through Amazon and through our Lifetime Shop, where we highly recommend going through our Lifetime Shop to where you can meet with myself or John. We have access codes to be able to get you a discount, but it's very clean work, and it's available to anybody and everybody.
Okay, great. Well, listen, Samantha and John, we really appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk, dropping some knowledge here on how to spring clean your wellness routine. Thanks so very much. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. March is National Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. It really is a time to emphasize the importance of early detection and preventative screening for colorectal cancer. If caught early, it is highly treatable, and it is something that can be preventable as well. Let's bring in a couple of ladies to talk more about this. I am joined by Dr. Christine Molmetti and Dee West, a 5-year survivor of colorectal cancer. Good morning to you both. Dr. Molmetti, let me talk with you first, and let's just talk about colorectal cancer for a minute. Why the screening is so valuable and so important, especially when it comes to early detection. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Colorectal cancer screening is critical. It saves lives, and we're now seeing in the U.S. colorectal cancer is the leading cause of cancer death in men under 50. This is not widely known. It's also the second leading cause of cancer death across men and women across the United States. And so screening is really our only tool to prevent this disease and to detect it early, so that we can have better survival rates and we can reduce the number of cases that we actually see in the United States today.
Dee, I want to talk with you, and for a moment, could you just share your story with us? I'm so glad that you are able to be here and talk with us about it as a 5-year cancer survivor. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. And yeah, so in 2020, at the age of 51, I became pretty sick, and I was really weak and tired and dizzy. And so I promised a family member I would go get a physical. And so I went to my doctor, and based on my age, he recommended I get a colonoscopy. And so a few months later, I had that colonoscopy and was incredibly shocked to learn that I had cancerous polyps. And I wish I would have known then the importance of the screening and getting the colonoscopies. For me, my colonoscopy absolutely saved my life. And I was able to catch it early. And, you know, the colonoscopies, I think, get a really bad rap because the prep maybe is unpleasant. But the procedure itself, I tell everyone, is a really good nap. And, you know, it helps detect early cancer. And the prep and the colonoscopy is a lot easier than the mental gymnastics that comes with a cancer diagnosis. So I just cannot be a bigger advocate to tell people, spread the awareness to get a colonoscopy. And I partnered with the Colorectal Cancer Alliance to help spread this message and point other patients like myself to colorectalcancer.org if they need resources, buddy systems, whatever you have for caretakers, parents, families, friends, a lot of resources that they're working on as the leading nonprofit.
So, Christine, over to you again. I want to talk about why the screening is now recommended at 45 instead of 50. What has changed? Has our diet just gotten that much worse? What can you tell from your vantage point?
So yes, 45 is the new 50. There is not enough awareness about that. We still have a lot of gaps in education and awareness about screening. So we want people, if you're 45 plus, if you're listening, you need to get screened for colorectal cancer, even if you have no symptoms at all. The landscape has changed over the last several decades in terms of what we as Americans are exposed to in terms of our diet, in terms of our lifestyle. We sit a lot more, which is another risk factor for these precancerous polyps. Alcohol use. There's a lot of things in our diet, in our environment, that may be driving some of this increase, but we don't know yet. There's still a lot of questions. There's a lot of investigations, both clinically and scientifically, that are ongoing right now to understand, you know, what is causing this disease. But our only strategy right now to prevent early onset colorectal cancer is to have people understand their family history. If you have a family history of cancer, colorectal cancer, or polyps in your family, advanced polyps, you need to be screened at 40 or 10 years before your relative's polyp or cancer diagnosis. And that's another message that we are working with the Colorectal Cancer Alliance to spread through the U.S. And we'd like to direct people to getscreened.org to do a risk assessment, look at your risk, and look at your screening options. And that website is extremely helpful and a great resource for directing you or pointing you in the right direction.
Okay, Dr. Christine Molmedi and Dee West, we appreciate your time here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk.
exciting interview lined up for you this morning. We are speaking with our friends at the Memphis Botanic Garden about a really exciting event coming up this weekend. It's a family play day, and it's a lot to do, a lot to see. But I'm going to bring in our friend Gina Harris, the Director of Education and Events at Memphis Botanic Garden, to tell us all about it. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for stopping by the digital desk. So we have to jump right into this event because I see my eyes are going right behind you this morning to this nice setup you have behind us. Tell me a little bit about what family and friends can expect if they stop by the Botanic Garden this weekend.
Yeah, so if you haven't been to the garden yet this spring, you might not have seen some of our new friends that have come by to hang out with us for a few months. These are Thomas Dambo's trolls. This right here, this is Rosa Sunfinger, and she is a troll that everything she touches grows plants. So all spring, we're going to have programs, activities where families can come out, meet all the trolls, learn a little bit about what those trolls are passionate about. You know, they're here to kind of teach all the humans how to live a little bit lighter on the earth and do things a little bit more sustainably. And so this Saturday from 10 o'clock until 2 o'clock, we're going to have a Trolls and Trowels family play day. So as you go around and explore to meet all the trolls, they'll have some of their friends with them as well. That'll be doing activities. When you come over to Rosa, we'll have some friends here talking about native plants and why it's important to plant native plants in your yard. And you'll actually get to take some planted seeds back home to put in your own backyard. We'll go over in the Great Lawn. We have Comic-Con, who is our recycle troll. And we're going to have a recreation station where kids can take some of the things that maybe they might have seen as trash before and create some new fun things with those. We'll have Andrew Best here playing some fun music. We'll have lawn games out. We'll have food trucks available for people to grab a picnic lunch. Stay. I know it's a little chilly today, but it's going to warm up some on Saturday. So put on your coats, come out and enjoy a spring day at the garden.
I am sold. You pretty much sold me there. It seems like it's so much to do and so much to see. Tell me this, how many trolls are there located around the park? Did I read that there are at least 6?
There are 6 trolls that are here. So these trolls kind of travel as a group. And again, their message is to go around and teach people how to live a little bit more sustainably. So, you know, each troll has a different mission. We have Rania Redeye, and her mission is to speak out. And so you'll learn some information there. You'll get to hear the story about the trolls and why the trolls are here. We'll have a story time at 10:30, 11:30, and 12:30 on Saturday. And yeah, the rest of the trolls, they're kind of spread throughout our 96 acres. We have Basse Bueller, who's our wild child troll, and he's kind of tucked way back in the woods where you have to go over there and find him because he likes to use nature to create art. So when you go back and you discover him back in the woods, there's some rocks that the families and kids can take and make designs and things like that on the ground. So it's lots of fun to discover and find all the trolls.
You can't beat that. I'm excited about that. And just speaking of the trolls, exactly. So how are they designed? I mean, it's huge. It's nice to see it. But tell me exactly, like, are they sent here to the Botanic Garden like that? Or did you guys have to build it up? So take me behind the scenes here.
Yeah, so the trolls are actually from Denmark. Thomas Dambo is the artist that created these trolls. And there's over 100 trolls across the world. These 6 trolls travel together as a little pack. Like I said, they're created out of recycled pallets. So it's all recycled materials. Thomas Dambo is considered one of the world's top recycled artists. And he's got all kinds of different artworks that he's made from recycled pallets and plastics. He has a plastic flower garden that he creates, and you would never even know that these things are plastic. It's crazy. But yeah, so all of these were brought to the garden, and they travel around throughout the United States and, like I said, across the world. They most recently, they came from Philadelphia. So they traveled down from Philadelphia and came to us, and then they're going to be going all the way across the country back out to the West Coast in California after they leave the garden. So if you live anywhere around us and you want to get a chance to see them without having to hop on a plane, make sure you come out. They'll be here until May 21st.
All right, so plenty of time to come see them before they hit the road once again. Great. So I know it's cold, so I'm not going to keep you out there too long, but tell me this, how can we get families out? What all should they know as they prepare for the weekend and maybe bring their kids out to come participate in all the festivities?
Yeah, if you can come out this weekend, just come out, be prepared to wear your walking shoes, hike around, see all the trolls, spend a couple of hours out here with us, learning from each of the trolls, and taking home some fun things to be able to apply some of those ideas and lessons when you get back to your house. But again, if you can't come this weekend, we'll have all kinds of different programming. During spring break, every day we'll have drop-in activities that each different troll will do an activity during the week of spring break. On April the 5th, we'll have Troll Fest, which is another day where the trolls will have all kinds of friends come out to do activities with them. And then again, throughout the run of this event, if you go on our website at membg.org, it lists all the different programs. We'll be doing story times, be doing adult programming activities, as well as more kids' fun activities.
All right, that's Jenna Harris keeping us in the know about what's happening this weekend. Was there anything else you wanted to add that I did not ask you today?
Yeah, just make sure you come out. You know, our spring plant sale is coming up as well. So if you're coming out for that, come out, check out the trolls, grab your plant. So make sure you go on our calendar, check out all of those different programs and opportunities that we have. If you have kids in school, make sure their schools know, because we have all kinds of field trip opportunities for students to come out and meet the trolls as well.
Exciting. All right. Well, thanks so much for stopping by the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We look forward to chatting with you again in the future.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Let's talk about cholesterol for a minute. We hear about good levels of cholesterol, bad levels of cholesterol. We hear about good and bad cholesterol. Let's bring in someone to decipher what all this means and how we can lead the best healthy life possible. I'm joined right now by Dr. Anna Yang with Regional One Health. Dr. Yang, again, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. So we hear so much about good and bad cholesterol. Tell us about these two types and how we should deal with them both. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks again for having me. So yes, cholesterol can be a little bit difficult to understand. So cholesterol is something that everybody has in their body and everybody needs to have in their body. It's really important for a lot of your body's functions, making cells and some vitamins and different things. So everybody has to have cholesterol. So where cholesterol becomes a problem is when there's too much of it. So when you go to your doctor and you get your cholesterol levels tested, you usually get a whole slew of numbers called the lipid panel. And so on this lipid panel, you might find things like total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, HDL cholesterol, and triglycerides. So what you hear about when people say bad cholesterol is they're generally referring to that LDL. Or the low density lipoprotein. And this is a type of cholesterol. And these are the bad cholesterols because they're responsible for narrowing your blood vessels. They're the ones that if people say, oh, you've got too much cholesterol in your arteries and they're clogging your blood flow and, you're at risk for certain things like, heart disease or strokes. That's what they're talking about is that LDL. Now, on the flip side, the HDL you actually want more of. So the HDL is, quote unquote, that good cholesterol. And the good thing about the HDL is it actually helps you remove the unwanted cholesterols from your body. So it brings cholesterol back to the liver is one of the things that it does to remove some of the cholesterols that you don't want to build up. So that's what makes it, quote unquote, the good cholesterol.
So let me ask you, because I know that these numbers have changed over time. There have been numbers where the bad cholesterol or the overall cholesterol can't exceed 200, and now that number's been reduced. Tell me where we are on the proper levels. I'm not even sure if I'm saying it right.
Sure. So the most important numbers are really the LDL and the HDL. That total cholesterol number doesn't matter as much as those two, and the ratio of how much LDL versus non-LDL cholesterol that you have. The main non-LDL cholesterol is HDL, but there are other non-LDL cholesterols out there too. So the LDL cholesterol, we would like that number lower. So ideally under 100. Now, certain people who already have some medical conditions may want that number even lower, potentially even, less than 80 or 70, depending on other factors. But in general, LDL under 100 is the goal. The HDL, on the other hand, you want higher. So greater than 40 or 60 or, higher numbers are a good thing for HDL.
Okay, so I'm just thinking about my panels when I get blood work done. Sometimes they were like, okay, you got to keep your cholesterol levels under 200. Are they factoring in HDL and LDL with that?
So generally with that 200 number, they're talking about the total cholesterol number, which matters as well. But truly the LDL is the more important one that you want lower.
Okay. And what about lipoprotein little a? Because that is something that more and more people are talking about. And I'm just wondering if that is a big concern when it comes to heart disease.
Yeah, so it's a different number now that people are using to measure, and it does seem to correlate with risk factors for things like heart disease. So even though that number isn't traditionally in your typical lipid panel, sometimes doctors, again, depending on your risk factors and what other medical conditions you have, are ordering this test too as another way to measure the cholesterol levels and your risk and whether or not you need to be on potentially medication to lower your cholesterol.
Okay, and what are some of the best ways to improve our cholesterol numbers?
So non-medication wise, diet is really where you really need to monitor for your cholesterol. So the majority of the cholesterol that your body needs is already being made by your liver. So you really don't need extra cholesterol. And you get cholesterol from animal products. So these are things like meat or dairy or eggs. So you want to decrease the amount of saturated fat that you're eating. These will contribute to your LDL going up. So saturated fats, especially things that you find in these animal products. But you want to increase instead the diet of good fats. So these are your unsaturated fats. These include things like avocado fats, fats that you get from nuts or seeds or fish. So changing the ratio of where you get fat from your diet will make a big difference. For those who are overweight, even losing just 5 to 10 pounds can make a pretty good difference on your cholesterol numbers. The other thing is increasing fiber, increasing your soluble fiber intake, decreasing your overall calories. These also make a good difference with your cholesterol as well, raising the HDL and lowering the LDL.
What's the most important thing you want people to remember when it comes to cholesterol, your numbers, how to bring it down, everything that we talked about?
So the first step is to check. So the first step is to make sure you go to your doctor and you get appropriate screening. Sometimes these aren't things that you feel. Sometimes people with normal weights have elevated cholesterol without knowing it. It's not always just something you get when you're overweight or obese. So make sure you go to your doctor. We even recommend children now get screened for cholesterol because we're seeing that even children are having problems with high cholesterol. So the first step is just to make sure you go to your doctor, get screened at appropriate intervals, do what you can, to improve your own habits in your daily life. And if necessary, potentially starting medication as prescribed by your doctor to lower your risk, for heart disease, strokes, and even losing your arms or legs because you don't have, good blood flow to these parts of your body.
All right, Dr. Anna Yang, we appreciate your time as always on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Very informative this morning. Thank you.
All right, thanks for having me.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. The time now is 8:01. Check out this video that we have. A tree down here at Kimball and Patterson. You know, we had a very active night and morning of severe weather, which obviously here causes tree to fall down, debris along the road there. Even a few power lines out, which means you're probably dealing with some power outages in that area. Again, this intersection is at Kimball and Patterson. It's going to probably take a little minute to clean that up. Speaking of your weather, of course, we told you how busy it is out there, but we're also eyeing Wednesday, which will be a first alert weather day. Here's First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis keeping you in the know about our weather.
On the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Monday morning, a very active couple of days across the Mid-South as we have gone through the last few days with a transition point. Today is that transition point for us across the Mid-South after a very active Sunday evening. And of course, the showers and thunderstorms exiting the Action News 5 coverage area and eventually bringing back sunshine as we go through the course of the day, but cooler sunshine. In fact, temperatures only managing the middle 60s here with the north wind coming around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight we'll drop back into the 40s, mostly clear, northeasterly wind 5 to 10 miles per hour as we go through that time frame. But I do want to give you a first alert. There are changes, my friends, coming in our direction. Another risk for strong and severe thunderstorms coming into play for late Wednesday, kind of on a similar vein as to what we just saw with our system on Sunday. The system will come through the area later in the day. A lot of the day will be warm and windy, sunshine breaking back out, and then the storms take hold during the evening and overnight period. But unfortunately for us, this is not going to be a system that's going to be one and done. It's not in and out. This one is going to be more so a situation that could be reminiscent of what we had about 2 or 3 weeks ago when we had one round of storms and then another one right on its heels to take us into the next day. So it's very possible that we could have to extend the first alert weather day from Wednesday evening all the way through Thursday. That's not to also delineate, we have to delineate the other part of this as well, that there's flooding concerns on the back end of all of this. A very active period of time expected through the middle and latter portion of this week. Here's a look at our severe weather risk. Again, an enhanced level 3 out of 5 risk that stretches from Lake Michigan all the way to northern Louisiana. Of course, right here in the middle, the Mid-South. And that could be one of the things that kind of gives you an idea that we could be dealing with some strong and severe thunderstorms. Again, kind of being in the middle of the risk zone kind of gives you that idea. That's something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. But again, the entire Action News 5 coverage area underneath that level 3 out of 5 risk. And I would not be surprised, based off of what we've been seeing, that over the course of either later today or going into tomorrow, that there could be an upgrade to a moderate risk. And again, even yesterday, we were teetering on the edge of a moderate risk with the storms that came rolling through here last night. And this one may be a little bit stronger than the storm system that we saw on Sunday. This storm system coming in here on Wednesday. Notice the storms beginning to flare up back out to the west across Arkansas as well as Missouri. That's lunchtime. Look at the temperatures, though. We're well into the 80s on Wednesday afternoon, actually nearing record high territory with a very strong south wind. That wind's going to be howling out of the south at about 20 plus miles per hour, meaning gusts could be higher than that outside of any thunderstorms. That's 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Storms beginning to erupt and become more organized, working their way eastward as we head through the early evening hours. And again, see how the cells, again, all kind of individualized along a line. At 7 p.m., we're still up around 80 degrees. Keep that in mind because of the fact that that is going to be fuel for the fire. And I always anecdotally say this, the 2 or 3 hours around sunset or sunrise tend to be the worst when it comes down to weather. It's just the diurnal cycle turning around, and that's usually what's going to end up happening here. And I think that by the time we get towards around sunset, the storms really take hold. And notice how they just kind of lay themselves down. They don't really go all the way through the Action News 5 coverage area because guess what? That front starts to lose its luster. It starts to lose its push. So this becomes a lazy front. And there's another one that's behind it that will do the exact same thing for Thursday. A very active period because guess what? That leads up to flood concerns. If not the potential for severe weather, I think the severe weather potential will come in on the early side of the system. Damaging winds, large hail, tornado risk, all in the medium category. And then a high risk of heavy rainfall that leads up to flooding concerns. So once the severe weather potential may go down, the flood threat becomes the more dominant thing. And unfortunately, this may be a multi-day scenario that plays out because guess what? There's a level 2 out of 5 risk that takes us into Thursday because that front is still right on top of us. And another one's going to come slamming southward to give it another push. And that push is going to allow for us to get another round of storms to get going that could be strong to severe come Thursday, mid to late morning into the afternoon hours. Remember, there's 2 fronts, and the second one also stalls out. And there's a ton of moisture coming in off the Gulf and the Pacific. And that is going to lead up to flood concerns. A stretch here from northeastern Texas through central and southern Arkansas, North Mississippi, West Tennessee, and into western Kentucky. This area here, it is very possible of 8 to 10 inches of rainfall. This is the WPC's outlook, and you can see that stripe there. It's a little farther displaced to the north, but you get the general idea. Somebody is going to get a lot of rainfall over the course of a 7-day period. Not all of this will happen at one time, but understand there will be periods of time where the rain will become more dominant. That you could see on one day's time 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, the next day 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, and it just piles up from there. Now, the farther south that you go, it's all dependent on where the frontal boundary lays itself. If it stalls out on top of Memphis, yeah, this is going to be the area to watch for the potential for 10 inches of rainfall. If it's a little farther north of Memphis, where the WPC has their outlook, again, it could be more so the 10 inches for places like Wynne, Harrisburg, Blytheville, up towards Dyersburg. I don't think it's going to go too much farther to the south. So places like Corinth and Oxford, you guys, yeah, heavy rainfall, it could lead up to some localized flooding concerns over the course of a couple of days. But as far as the main flood concern, it will probably stay to your north. So that's something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. That front is going to be critical to the overreaching forecast in the extended forecast because the front will lift back northward, it seems like, on Friday. And that may lend itself to a period of drier weather, at least for the majority of the Action News 5 coverage area. And then where the front hangs up at, that's where we could see more flooding rains potentially in play for Friday. The front comes sliding back southward on Saturday. That brings us another wave of very heavy rainfall and finally exits the region through the course of Sunday morning. And in the wake of that, cooler air will come along with it as well. So let's go day by day here. 64 today. Again, got the clouds this morning, sunshine on the way, okay? Tuesday, back to the 70s. Not a bad looking day. Gorgeous, mostly to partly sunny. Wednesday, first alert weather day. Understand, again, similar to your Sunday, it's not necessarily all day long. Morning hours, fine. We get into the early afternoon, watching storms developing to the west. It's going to be late afternoon, early evening that we see the severe weather potential increasing across the Mid-South that will continue through the overnight period. And then a resurgence of storms comes in here on Thursday that will be heavy in nature and the potential for strong storms as well. Friday, again, the front kind of slips back to the north, opens us up to a drier day slightly, and I do mean that slightly. It's all depending on where the front ultimately ends up at Friday. Then it comes back southward with heavy rainfall on Saturday before clearing out through Sunday, and behind that cooler weather will take us into the early portions of next week. Highs back in the 60s, which will be actually below average for the early portion of April. Say weather where, we'll keep you advised.
All right, that was meteorologist Patrick Ellis keeping us in the know about our weather conditions. Speaking of outside, take a look at this. A live look at your Enbridge here at 8:10. Your top stories are coming up in the next 60 seconds. Stay with us. Welcome back. The time now is 8:11. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. I want to take you over to our webpage and just catch you up on some of our latest headlines this morning. Of course, one child and one man injured from a shooting in Frazier. We've been following this story all morning long. It happened around 4 o'clock yesterday evening. Officers responded to a shooting on Shady Vista Drive. That man was transported to Regional 1 Hospital in critical condition. The child was transported to LeBonner in non-critical. So that is good news there. Have you seen the video? We've been talking about it for quite a minute. A dog seen in a disturbing video is finally in custody of Memphis Animal Services. Now, in that video, that dog that was in the video, a man was seen punching the dog several times. Yeah, I really hate to even speak on this story. Thankfully, that dog is receiving treatment for her injuries and is expected to make a full recovery. And a warrant has been issued for the man shown beating that dog in that video. Another headline this morning that we are following: a man detained after a child accidentally shot themselves. MPD is leading this investigation, but they say a man was detained after a report of a child accidentally shooting themselves. It happened at 12:51 p.m. Sunday. Officers responded to the call of the shooting, which was in South Memphis. Again, although injured, that child is in stable condition. Police have confirmed the shooting was accidental and self-inflicted. And then, of course, MPD would like to inform viewers now is the time that there are free gun locks. They are available at any MPD station to secure a weapon. Again, those are your headlines. Of course, you can find all of our latest headlines, sports, digital desk content, and even our traffic info on our webpage for you. Again, we're going to keep you up to date about all of our top stories throughout the morning. We are here until 11 o'clock, and we have some special interviews coming up. We have one in the next 30 minutes, actually. We're speaking with our friends from the Overton Park Shell on Wheels events. I know all of my music lovers, you'll like this. They have a really busy week coming up starting March 31st, tomorrow, leading into April 4th. I believe actually March 31st is today. So a lot to talk about and a lot to look forward to. And then a little later in this newscast, we are speaking with our friends in DeSoto County because DeSoto County Dining Week starts April 7th through the 13th. So a lot of great eats. They're going to tell you about all of the hottest spots to check out. So that's an interview you want to stick around for. That one is at 10:30. But our first live interview will be at 8:45 a.m. with our friends at Overton Park Shell. So a lot happening here on the Action News 5 digital desk. We hope that you stay with us throughout the morning because it's certainly very entertaining. Okay, we're going to keep this content rolling for you this morning. We're going to take a 60-second break, and we'll be back after that.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. As the school year enters its stretch run, many children begin to feel the weight of the academic demands, the social pressures, extracurricular commitments, and some of that can be a little bit overwhelming. So how do we avoid mid-year school burnout for our children? Let's bring in someone to help us on this topic. I'm joined right now by Madison Harp. She is with Youth Villages, and she is a licensed clinical social worker with them. Madison, good morning to you. So I'm sure you've seen this with the people that you come across in your practice. Tell me, what are some of the factors that that contribute to this kind of issue? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So I think we are all feeling it this morning with the time change. This is typically the time of year that young people don't have a lot of breaks to look forward to. It's typically the year where the weather is still not great and the magic of Christmas has worn off. All those kind of fun parts that we look forward to in our school time is now over. This is typically the time that state testing starts to be talked about and comes around, and a bunch of different changes for our young people that make this time of the year specifically very stressful.
Yeah, I totally get it. So it's so important we understand that parents recognize the kind of signs, the symptoms of this kind of burnout, mid-year school burnout. What would you classify as maybe top 3, 4 different signs or symptoms of that kind of burnout?
Yeah, first is an increase in irritability. So you might ask something simple like, "Hey, can you take out the trash?" And you might get, that snippiness or like that attitude, right? That we see. That's typically a first sign of burnout. Another sign is if your young person used to be really engaged in just simple activities. For example, they really like to match their outfits for school, or they were particularly hanging out with a certain group or wanting to go places, and now they maybe prefer to stay at home. They maybe prefer to be on a device more often, is a good sign that your young person's struggling with burnout.
Gotcha. Okay, so now that we've recognized the signs and the symptoms, Madison, what do we do then to help our child?
Yeah, so the first thing is acknowledging it. And so taking that time with your young person one on one to say, I recognize that your schedule is really hard, and taking the time to understand what their demands look like in the day to day. So one thing you can do is each school typically has a calendar online that they produce of when breaks will be, when sometimes state testing will be. I encourage you parents to look at that, to be aware of that. Those might be weeks where you maybe lower expectations, or you are able to help your young person prioritize relaxation and self-care.
Gotcha. What else can we talk about when it comes to ways parents can help their child overcome these kinds of issues?
Yeah, I think that every generation has different struggles. And so sometimes, we as parents were really quick to give a solution to a problem. So our young person says, I'm tired. Well, we say, you should have went to bed earlier. They say, I don't have a lot of energy. And we're like, well, you should eat better. And sometimes our young person is just looking for a sounding board. That positive adult to help guide them in that time. And so if you notice your young person struggling, let's say math, they're failing math, instead of approaching it like, hey, why are you failing math? I'm going to have to take your electronics away, right? Approaching it with, something is hard about math and I want to understand. Utilizing their school portal that reports on grades, that reports on these events happening, pulling that up with your young person and saying, like, walk me through, kind of playing like, you don't know. Like, walk me through what this means. Walk me through this grade book. Another thing that you can do is taking intentional time with your young person one to one. And you guys can do this as a family, but to make a schedule or like a weekly planner is something to help them time manage and build those skills for success that we all need as adults. And then to be able to understand what their week looks like. So again, that might be a week where you approach things more gently with them. That might be a week where we take time to prioritize relaxation and self-care in the schedule, like you help them schedule it in for themselves.
Madison, is there a place online where people can look at some of the different things that you mentioned here? Because it's very informative, it's very good, and I know useful tips like this, people like to kind of see it online themselves. Is there any place where people can go?
Definitely I recently wrote an article about this in the Portland Tribune, so I can link that. But Youth Villages often has different resources that parents can look into for helping manage stress, because not only is this a stressful time for young people, it's a stressful time for parents to help manage it all. And so remembering that your self-care is important as a parent also, and to be able to manage your stress and your schedule. So whatever way or resource that you can do that, is a resource you can rely on. Another is getting to know your school and your school's resources. The first thing I would do is Google my child's school and see what their website looks like. There might be links to different things you didn't know about, or even connecting with their school counselor or their teachers to understand what resources are already available.
Awesome. All right. Madison Harp with Youth Villages. Appreciate the conversation. Very important conversation to have this time of year, especially. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We got some cool news right now. The first ever commercial rover to explore the surface of the moon just landed, okay? This is something that's extraordinary. This mission is a collaboration between Castro Technology Labs, Lunar Outpost, and MIT Media Labs. Let's bring in someone who's well versed in all of this. I'm joined by Nicola Buck. She is with Castro Technology Labs, joining us on the digital desk to talk about this mission. So let's hear it, Nicola. Good morning.
Hi there, good morning.
Tell me what's going on. So I understand the rover just landed. Is that correct? Tell me about it.
Yeah, that's right. I was lucky enough to go last week to Kennedy Space Center and see the rocket launch. And as you said, really exciting time for space exploration, because all three elements of the launch are from commercial companies, which is happening for the first time as they go to the south pole of the moon. So that's the rocket, the lander, and the rover. They will undertake, or are due to undertake, a number of missions while they're up there, and landed recently. Now, it's a challenging environment up there, so we'll see how it all goes. But the hope is to learn a lot of things through this mission that will inform future habitation in space eventually. So a super exciting time. And at Castro, we're collaborating together with MIT Media Lab on some of their science experiments involving this little AstroAmp, which is a micro robot from MIT Media Lab that will be collecting data and other signals while it's up on the south pole of the moon.
Fantastic. Okay, so tell me about some of the specific things that rover is going to be doing. I know soil samples, drilling into the moon's surface. Tell me how that helps the idea one day of human exploration and humans living on the surface.
Yeah, so the south pole of the moon is a really exciting place for us that's unexplored, because in theory, and one day we will find water ice there. And if we find water ice, then it unlocks all sorts of opportunities for us in terms of obviously water, but also hydrogen, maybe to use for rocket fuel. So if we can discover all of that, then it opens up future opportunities for humans. And so the rover is due to find out about this And on top of the rover, as I say, we have our little astroant from MIT Media Lab, and we're co-research partners with them to test out how this could work. And the vision is a swarm of these little ants that may work in space to make things more effective. So if you can send a little micro robot like this out onto the surface of a rocket to collect data, it's much easier than sending a human, for example. So Castrol's working together with MIT Media Lab to provide the space-grade lubricants to keep these wheels moving on the south pole of the moon. And what's really interesting is before it went off to the moon, we took it to Lanzarote, which is off the coast of Spain, because Lanzarote is a volcanic island. The island's surface is very similar to the moon, and so we were research partners with MIT Media Lab to go test it out in Lanzarote before it heads off to where it is now.
So let me ask you this. You know, I'm enjoying seeing some of the video there that you're showing us of you know, what could be amazing images of the moon now that it's landed. Where can we watch this rover go through the surface of the moon, and specifically the south pole of the moon?
Yeah, head off to Castrol.com, and the latest on all of our activities to do with space, and then how we convert that to products here on Earth, are there to be found. And you can find out more about MIT's Astroant and what Castrol is doing together with them to drive some of this exciting experimentation forward.
How long is the rover going to be there? How often can we look at you know, the various videos and pictures? Give us a time frame.
Yeah, so the teams on the ground at Mission Control in Denver are working all that out right now. They've got a lot to overcome. The mission is due to last up to 10 days, and Castrol will keep you updated on the website with what comes next. But it is a challenging environment, I know, and they're dealing with technical challenges. So we've got a lot to learn, and there'll be other missions in the future as well, which you can learn about more on Castrol.com.
Excellent, excellent. Is there any kind of ballpark time frame on when human exploration could begin?
Oh goodness, I think that's a big question. So we don't know, but it is fascinating to learn about it. And as I've learned about it over the last few weeks, when you start hearing the possibility of water or finding ice, which means obviously water, and then understanding that, you know, if you could get hydrogen from the H2O to power rocket fuel in the future, suddenly it feels a lot closer to me than it did last week when I didn't think it was possible at all. So really amazing firsts that are happening through these missions. And whatever happens on the moon, we will learn a little bit every time we go to bring that deadline closer.
That sounds fantastic. All right, Nicola Buck with Castro Technology Lab. We appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk to talk about this first ever commercial lunar mission to the moon. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. One of our favorite interviews is always about food, and what better interview to have than to talk to a food reporter and the best in the business, Daily Memphian's food reporter, Jennifer Chandler, joining us on the Digital Desk. Jennifer, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great today. I'm loving it. Feels like spring. And last night I went outside at like 6:30 and the sun was still out. It's great.
Oh, so great. I love spring being in the air finally. So I understand that there are some Memphis staples when it comes to restaurants that people will know about that have some changes as we change seasons into spring next week officially. We got some changes going on in these staples, right?
Yeah, definitely. Spring fever is hitting the restaurant industry here in Memphis. And a lot of changes have been announced in the past week or two from some restaurants that have been around for a very long time that people love. I think I'm going to start with one that has been a topic that has been on so many people's mind, which is what is happening to the building where Houston's was. As we all know, there was a big outcry when Houston suddenly closed their doors in December. So many people had so many memories of that, of meals there over the years. Over the years, actually, there's been a lot of controversy there when they took the chicken tenders off the menu and things like that. So I reported about a week ago that a new restaurant will be going in that building if all goes as well. Fingers crossed. The sale is still in progress. But according to some documents that I found filed, Spell Restaurant Group has made an offer to purchase that building. And Spell Restaurant Group is owned by Rick Spell and his daughter, Christy Spell Terry. And you may not know the name Spell Restaurant Group, but I'm sure many Memphians know their restaurants. They own Brookhaven Pub, which is very bustling at all times, especially on a game day. They also own the Babalu chain of Tex-Mex restaurants. And then they have a handful of restaurants that they own down in the Florida Panhandle, kind of in the 30A Panama City Beach area. Places like Edwards and George's, places like that people have been going to for years, who vacation down there. So I'm very, very excited to see that something's going to be happening there, because I was fearful that that building would sit empty for a long time. And it's such a primo spot in East Memphis, right there on the corner of Poplar and Mendenhall. I called Rick and I asked Rick if he could tell me what was doing, and he said he could not give me any comment. So I'm very, very curious to know, will it be something like one of their other concepts somewhere? So I'm not sure what he's going to be doing. He did say he would let us know as soon as the deal was finalized. But I'm guessing, knowing what's there, I'm hoping it's an American restaurant. I think he has to find a way to get that chicken tenders recipe and put it on the menu. What are your thoughts on that, Andrew?
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I remember hearing something about it, and once I heard Brookhaven Pub, and I thought, okay, that makes sense. Right around the corner, and my kids and I frequented Brookhaven Pub all the time, so it makes a natural fit, I think.
I think so too. I mean, the Spells are very good restaurant operators, and they're committed to Memphis, and they're local to Memphis. And for me personally, I'm excited to see a Memphis company going into that building versus someone that's from elsewhere. So I think that they'll be more engaged in our community, and hopefully won't ever just close and walk out the door one morning.
Agreed.
Okay, next on my list is a story that I actually reported last night that it makes me sad in some ways, but it's one of those stories that it's part sad and then part also positive. So Amy and Hayes McPherson opened Comeback Coffee in 2019 downtown in the Pinch District, and I remember interviewing this couple when they first opened. They bought this building that was I think it was built in 1895, and completely redid it, doing a coffee shop in the back and the bottom. There's a beautiful courtyard in the back. They actually renovated upstairs, and they turned it into an apartment that they lived in. And they had hopes of being one of the first things to kind of revitalize this neighborhood that had once been really, really bustling. And then when the Pyramid closed as a venue, the neighborhood kind of stores and shops started to close, and there's not a lot open down there, but there's some really cool historic buildings. And of course they open, and then the pandemic hit. And over the years, they've been struggling, and they've been, there are only a handful of things that are open down in that neighborhood. Jake's Place is there, Alcinia's, maybe one or two other places, but for the most part, it's empty buildings all around them. But they kept thriving, and they were a destination coffee shop. They had great coffee. They originally started like importing coffee from small roasters, and then they decided to get into the roasting game themselves. And in 2023, they bought the building. I don't think it's right next door. It may be like two down, and transformed it into their factory for it to be a roastery for them for coffee beans, so that they do their own signature coffee beans. And then they also, along the way, they started doing coffee sodas, which is something I had never heard of before they started doing it. But it's basically a carbonated version is how I like to describe it, of an iced coffee. They probably hate that description because it is so much more and has so many more nuances. But if you haven't had a coffee soda, now that the weather's warming up, they're so refreshing and really interesting. So they, for the past 2 years, have been operating and growing their business out of that. So they're closing their coffee shop on, I believe it's April 11th. Double check the date in my story. And they're going to focus on growing their business for roasting coffee beans and their coffee sodas, which they've started distribution nationwide already for both of those products. So they have a lot on their plate. And one of the things too, like they're doing special roasting beans they have a special blend that they're going to be doing for JoJo's Espresso, or that they do for JoJo's Espresso, which their new coffee shop should be opening in a few weeks. We'll have more about that coming. They also do Bywater coffee, which is a trailer. They do a special coffee blend for them. So they're doing really, really cool things. So while their coffee shop, which I actually love to go and work there and hang out there and get a coffee, they have great specialty coffees, is closing, we're still going to be able to get their products and probably more as they have more time to be more creative about it. Had you ever been there, Andrew?
I had never been there, but I remember you talking about it, and I remember hearing about it, and just the timing of right by the pandemic and right during the pandemic.
Yeah.
That's got to be tough for any restaurant, really.
Right. And especially for a neighborhood. I mean, we all know that downtown Memphis has had some struggles since 2020, and with a lot closing and a lot of people working remotely and things like that. And I think that's probably what kind of impacted their business. And I think that downtown is starting to, it's really kind of coming back, and things are starting to happen down there, but it is going to be a minute. And they were just said they hung on as long as they could, and financially they couldn't hang on any longer, waiting for that neighborhood to have, there's just not a lot of people living right around there. So it's tough. Moving on a little further out east into the Cooper Young neighborhood. This is a big one. Cafe Olay, which has been around since the 1990s, is rebranding. It actually closed this past weekend. And the owners, Kendall Robertson, who also owns Alfred's and Dyer's downtown, and Automatic Slims too. And he was the founder of Ubi's. His family was. They have a family restaurant business, and they don't have a restaurant group per se, but they own several restaurants. And he said it was just time for a refresh, that he felt that there were, I forget the number, but there were just so many Mexican restaurants within a couple of miles of this location. Whereas when Cafe Olay opened, it was probably one of the first Tex-Mex Mexican restaurants in the neighborhood. But now the market, he feels, is very, very saturated. And he feels like it was time to do something else. They're going to completely kind of give the whole building a facelift inside, paint job. They're going to put new tables, new booths. They're going to add a stage for live entertainment. He is still working on the menu, so he couldn't reveal too much about that, but he hopes to open pretty quickly. So originally he said they had hoped to open by March 17th, by St. Patrick's Day, but he thinks that was a little optimistic with all that they needed to do. But it should open sometime in the coming weeks. Still playing around with the name, what it's going to be. But one thing he did give me a hint of is that some version of one of their famous burgers will be on the menu, because, they're known for Dyer's Burgers, and Ubi's had a really good burger that when it was open there in on Highland, in that Highland kind of University of Memphis area.
So I expect a good burger to be on that menu. Oh, and they also said they're keeping that great patio they have there, and they're going to be putting games on the patio. So it's going to be a different cafe au lait, but it should be a lively, fun spot to go to if everything goes as they plan. So, and one of the things, oh, I have another thing to share about Cafe au lait. One of the things that everyone who has asked me, one thing that menu item people have asked me about is their stuffed bacon wrapped shrimp, because that is their like signature item. And Kendall did tell me that that will be the one menu item that carries over from Cafe au lait into the new concept. So it should be pretty good.
That sounds great. I mean, it's probably time for a refresh, and I think people are ready for it.
Yeah, they had bought the family, the Robertson family had bought Cafe au lait, I think about 12 years ago, something like that. And they kind of did a refresh then. But over 10 years is a long time for a restaurant. I mean, there's restaurants, they need to be refreshed pretty often because lots of people go through there, so it's time. So I'm pretty excited to see what happens there, and I'll keep you posted. And the last one on my list is a market that I love down on Harbor Town called Cordias. So it's not a restaurant, but Cordias Market it used to be Miss Cordias, and then it became Cordias Market. And it is just really a gem of a specialty grocery store. It's really a neighborhood grocery store, and they really focus on serving local products. I mean, you can buy everything from treats from Muddy's Bake Shop there to you can also get foods from like, oh my goodness, I'm drawing a blank. Grecian Gourmet sells some products there. I mean, there's just so many local foods that you can find there, and it's just such a gem of a place. And it was opened by Henry Turley when he was developing the neighborhood, and he named it after his, I believe it's his mother or his grandmother. And he is selling it to a longtime employee, Erica Humphreys, and her husband, Robert. And Erica had been the GM there for a very, 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 very long time. And she's great. I've worked with her over the years, as my source when I was, calling and getting information about things going on at Cordelia's. And she's really passionate about the neighborhood and the grocery store. And it can't be in better hands. And when we asked Henry Turley why he was selling it, of course, he said, I'm in my 80s. It's time to pass it along. And I can't think of anybody better to pass it along to. So expect all of the things that you love about Cordelia's Market to remain. But one of the things that the Humphreys have planned is they're going to expand the back of the market. Is kind of been over the years. It's been a deli, it's been a cafe, it's kind of done different things. But she plans to kind of open it up to a little bit more of a restaurant concept, that serving like a meat and three during the weekdays for their customers, and a little more, I guess, made from scratch products, food products, hot food products coming from there. So I'm excited to see how that kind of changes and what happens. But all of these are really positive things that are happening. As I said, spring makeover may be the theme of this segment that we're talking about right here. And I think they're all good things happening.
No, I love it. And Cordelia's you're right. It's so unique. It's so local, hyper local. And people in neighborhoods, they love that kind of stuff because it's so rare these days,
Yeah, it's a really, really special place. I mean, I'll give a shout out to, if you've not been to High Point Grocery, which has been around, forever and ever. And it was bought by the family that owns Cash Saver.
Rick James.
And Rick James. And and they are really passionate. I guess he grew up going into that grocery store, and he kind of didn't, when the family that was closing, originally had it, was closing it, he swooped in and he saved it. And since then he has opened South Point Grocery downtown. He's opening another South Point in South Haven in about a year, in the coming year, I think. But it's really these little gems of grocery stores that kind of, have everything you need and focus on local products and really feel like a neighborhood place, and you can get in and out very quickly.
And it makes you smile when you see those things still exist today. Kind of like this segment, Jennifer. You make us smile each and every time you come on the Digital Desk. Thank you so much. And we look forward to reading more about your articles. Tell everybody where we can read your stuff.
Oh, yes. All my stuff is available at dailymemphian.com/food, or you can click on the food section. And we have a great team of reporters working on the food scene there, kind of keeping you abreast on what's coming, what's going, and then some in-depth looks into different things going on in the industry. So please head over to dailymemphian.com and check out our stories.
All right, Jennifer Chandler joining us on the digital desk. Thank you so much, Jennifer. We appreciate it.
Thanks. It was great to see you.
The time now is 8:47. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. A lot of great things happening this week, including our friends at the Overton Park Shell. We have so many Shell on Wheels events coming up this week, and I'm going to bring in our friend Shelby Smith. She's the Senior Manager of Marketing and Communications with Overton Park Shell. Good morning to you. How are you?
Good morning, Taylor. We are in for a very busy week, as always. You know, spring is sprung, we're outside, people want their free music, and we're here to give it to them.
All right, so before we dive into it, I'm hearing some extra sound. Oh, was that some audio coming in on your end? Could you hear that? Like some music? Let's see.
There shouldn't be any, there's no music playing over here. That's pretty quiet.
Okay, it's probably on my end then. So let's just jump right into it then. I know there are several events. We're going to talk about the Health and Wellness Series a little later. But tell me about the events coming up this week with Shell on Wheels.
Yes, so first off, the Memphians,
The time
they
now
really
is
come out for the free jazz,
8:47.
the 5 Fridays of
Andrew
jazz
Douglas.
at
A lot of
the
great things
Memphis
happening
Public
this
Libraries.
week, including
That series is actually, I think we have only 2 more shows left. So we're really, really excited. The crowds get bigger and bigger every single year. And this season has just been so incredible. I feel like we're slowly but surely like outgrowing the space, but like we're really, really stoked on how people have been receiving this talent. But on Friday, 5 Fridays of Jazz continues with Stax Music Academy. Their Phineas Newborn Jazz Ensemble will be joined with Jarek Johnson at the Benjamin L. Hooks Library from 6:30 p.m. until 8 p.m. Again, that crowd is fabulous, but you definitely want to make sure that you get there really early. Like I said, if you want a really good seat, those crowds, they get pretty thick, but we're really enjoying seeing people dancing. And I think this is just a period of time where people want to get out and enjoy just a couple minutes of free music, anything that'll put a smile on their face. So that series is going really, really well. But then on Saturday, we're also going to be in partnership with Advance Memphis. The Mobile Shell stage will be posted up on their property. There'll be bounce houses, there'll be food, there'll be live music. It's free to the public. And we're just really excited to be alongside them to support their mission of, I guess, empowering the adults of the South Memphis neighborhood.
I love that, and I haven't had the opportunity yet to attend an event, and I'm looking forward to that. But for someone, it's going to be their first time coming to one of these events. Tell me a little bit about what they can expect. Do they need to bring anything? Maybe some headphones is extremely loud, or a chair. What can you tell us?
Yeah, for 5 Fridays of Jazz, just bring yourself. We have plenty of chairs, but honestly, you might want to bring a chair. Like I said, we're really really proud of the crowd size. We're really excited that people are really coming out and enjoying this series, but the crowds are getting a little thick. So we've been really mindful of making sure that there are plenty of chairs showcased or like featured for people to come and sit in, but maybe you want to bring your own chair just to make sure you have a place to sit. Advance Memphis, that event, you just pull up. It's free for both of those events, are free for everybody to attend. You don't need anything, just get ready to enjoy some really great music.
Bring yourself. You spelled it out for us. That works, Shelby. So let's also talk a little bit about the health and wellness series. I know you mentioned that to me before we jumped onto this interview. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, so our Baptist Health and Wellness series is continuing. We kicked it off last week. Super excited to bring a number of health and fitness professionals to the lawn. They are hosting free weekly workouts. They usually start around 5:30 p.m. Again, in cases of inclement weather, like we have been seeing a lot lately, some of those classes might be brought back to where those fitness professionals actually work. But when the sun is shining, we're on the lawn. And so today we're actually having yoga, and that is in partnership with Sana Yoga. They have a studio, I believe, out near the Edge District, but they do a rotating class of Pilates and yoga every Monday. And then on Tuesday, we're back with Zumba, featuring Croc Memphis's fabulous instructors. We've been partnering with them since the very beginning of the Health and Wellness series. They do Zumba, they do body combat, they have a lot of amazing classes that they host. And again, all of these opportunities are free for everyone to enjoy. And then also this week we have one of our first Spanish speakers yoga classes. That's going to be held on Sunday, I believe, in partnership with this amazing yoga instructor. Her name is Nuncia Diaz, but we're so excited to bring her into this series for the first time. She hosted a paid event last year, but we really, really enjoyed the turnout, and she got great feedback from that community. And again, that class is for Spanish speakers or just people who want to practice or love the language. So we're excited to bring that community here and let them feel welcome and energized and empowered on our lawn.
I love that. So many great things happening at Overton Park, and a little something for everyone. So we got to get people there. Of course, you mentioned earlier that some of these events, they're starting to really get a crowd, really getting some traction. So that's what I love to hear. So for those who are joining us this morning, they want to learn additional information. Is there anywhere online, or where can they go to get that information?
Absolutely. All of this information can be found on overtonparkshell.org, but you can also keep up with us on our social media profiles. We're on Facebook and we're on Instagram. So if any of these classes or events get canceled or rescheduled in the case of inclement weather or things like that, definitely make sure you pop on social media, because that's where you'll get the quickest updates from us. But as far as just the day-to-day and our series and how that's continuing, definitely go on our website, overtonparkshell.org.
All right, you heard it first from Shelby Smith, the Senior Manager of Marketing and Communications. Thanks so much for stopping by the Digital Desk, and we look forward to chatting with you in the future. We'll see you, Shelby.
Talk to you soon.
All righty, perfectly. Well, we're taking you outside this morning. A live look at the M Bridge. It's 52 degrees, not the prettiest, but at least it looks dry for now. Of course, we have your weather update coming up in the 9 o'clock hour and more interviews here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Stay put. We'll be back in the next 60 seconds.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you this. This is some video of the latest NBC legal drama. It's called Suits LA. It premiered on February 23rd. It is on Sunday nights right here on Action News 5 and NBC. And I'm joined by one of the stars of the show, Bryan Greenberg, on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Bryan, how are you? Good morning.
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. So tell me about Suits LA. A lot of people remember Suits with Meghan Markle and a host of other characters. Tell me how this one is different, how it's similar, and and how it's going so far.
Yeah, it's going great. It's similar in the sense of it's the same DNA of the original show. It's got the same writers, same directors, even the same wardrobe. So it's the same sensibilities, the same kind of pace and comic wit and relationships that people loved in the first one. But this one's different because it's a whole new cast of characters. It's a whole new town. It's a whole new setting of Los Angeles and Hollywood. So that's a different set of stakes. And I'm having a lot of fun being a part of it, for sure.
I bet. So tell me how this season has gone so far in terms of the premiere that happened last month and where we are now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going great. I mean, fans keep tuning in. I think there's definitely an adjustment period that takes place because, you know, Suits was the #1 show on streaming last year. And so there's a lot of expectations, there's a lot of pressure. And I think the fans, you know, they're not sure, like, is it going to be the same? Is it going to be different? So it's called Suits LA. That's fair to compare them. But I think people are understanding now, the audience is starting to understand that, oh, this is a different show. It's got different rhythms, different characters. And they're sort of appreciating us for who we are and not just comparing us, which is great.
So, Bryan, for those of us who, and we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk that haven't perhaps seen Suits or Suits LA, give us a brief description.
Well, it's like the show Suits, but in LA. That's as brief as it gets. No, it's fun. It's like it's mostly characters in their relationships and quick, witty banter. And there's procedural elements, so there's cases that they're trying to solve. But really, it's like a light, fun show. And there is also drama and romance. So it's got kind of everything for everyone. And I think that's probably why it was such a hit on streaming.
So can you give us just kind of a tease of what to expect going forward here? We've been through it a couple weeks. It premiered last month. Well, give us something.
Next week, I'll give you something. Next week, we got Harvey Specter coming back. So Gabriel Macht, who was the lead in the original, he's coming back to play in our sandbox for a couple episodes. And I think that is going to be so great for the fans to watch. And we also have some other characters from the original, like Rick Hoffman, who played Louis Litt. He's coming back, and there's many more. And the cool thing about this show is we get a bunch of cameos of actors playing themselves. Like last week, we had Brian Baumgartner from The Office, Patton Oswalt. Next week, we get Enrico Colantoni. So that, for me as an actor, is really fun because I get to play with all these great actors coming through.
It sounds fantastic. Bryan Greenberg joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the success, and we wish you much success in the future.
Appreciate it, Andrew. Thank you.
Alrighty, the time now is 8:59. Your weather is coming up in the next 60 seconds. Stay with us.
On the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Monday morning, a very active couple of days across the Mid-South as we have gone through the last few days with a transition point. Today is that transition point for us across the Mid-South after a very active Sunday evening. And of course, the showers and thunderstorms exiting the Action News 5 coverage area and eventually bringing back sunshine as we go through the course of the day, but cooler sunshine. In fact, temperatures only managing the middle 60s here with the north wind coming around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight we'll drop back into the 40s, mostly clear, northeasterly wind 5 to 10 miles per hour as we go through that time frame. But I do want to give you a first alert. There are changes, my friends, coming in our direction. Another risk for strong and severe thunderstorms coming into play for late Wednesday, kind of on a similar vein as to what we just saw with our system on Sunday. The system will come through the area later in the day. A lot of the day will be warm and windy, sunshine breaking back out, and then the storms take hold during the evening and overnight period. But unfortunately for us, this is not going to be a system that's going to be one and done. It's not in and out. This one is going to be more so a situation that could be reminiscent of what we had about 2 or 3 weeks ago when we had one round of storms and then another one right on its heels to take us into the next day. So it's very possible that we could have to extend the first alert weather day from Wednesday evening all the way through Thursday. That's not to also delineate, we have to delineate the other part of this as well, that there's flooding concerns on the back end of all of this. A very active period of time expected through the middle and latter portion of this week. Here's a look at our severe weather risk. Again, an enhanced level 3 to 5 risk that stretches from Lake Michigan all the way to northern Louisiana. Of course, right here in the middle, the Mid-South. And that could be one of the things that kind of gives you an idea that we could be dealing with some strong and severe thunderstorms. Again, kind of being in the middle of the risk zone kind of gives you that idea. That's something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. But again, the entire Action News 5 coverage area underneath that level 3 out of 5 risk. And I would not be surprised, based off of what we've been seeing, that over the course of either later today or going into tomorrow, that there could be an upgrade to a moderate risk. And again, even yesterday, we were teetering on the edge of a moderate risk with the storms that came rolling through here last night. And this one may be a little bit stronger than the storm system that we saw on Sunday. This storm system coming in here on Wednesday. Notice the storms beginning to flare up back out to the west across Arkansas as well as Missouri. That's lunchtime. Look at the temperatures, though. We're well into the 80s on Wednesday afternoon, actually nearing record high territory with a very strong south wind. That wind's going to be howling out of the south at about 20 plus miles per hour, meaning gusts could be higher than that outside of any thunderstorms. That's 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Storms beginning to erupt and become more organized, working their way eastward as we head through the early evening hours. And again, see how the cells, again, all kind of individualized along a line. At 7 p.m., we're still up around 80 degrees. Keep that in mind because of the fact that that is going to be fuel for the fire. And I always anecdotally say this, the 2 or 3 hours around sunset or sunrise tend to be the worst when it comes down to weather. It's just the diurnal cycle turning around, and that's usually what's going to end up happening here. And I think that by the time we get towards around sunset, the storms really take hold. And notice how they just kind of lay themselves down. They don't really go all the way through the Action News 5 coverage area because guess what? That front starts to lose its luster. It starts to lose its push. So this becomes a lazy front. And there's another one that's behind it that will do the exact same thing for Thursday. A very active period because guess what? That leads up to flood concerns. If not the potential for severe weather, I think the severe weather potential will come in on the early side of the system. Damaging winds, large hail, tornado risk, all in the medium category. And then a high risk of heavy rainfall that leads up to flooding concerns. So once the severe weather potential may go down, the flood threat becomes the more dominant thing. And unfortunately, this may be a multi-day scenario that plays out because guess what? There's a level 2 out of 5 risk that takes us into Thursday because that front is still right on top of us. And another one's going to come slamming southward to give it another push. And that push is going to allow for us to get another round of storms to get going that could be strong to severe come Thursday, mid to late morning into the afternoon hours. Remember, there's 2 fronts, and the second one also stalls out. And there's a ton of moisture coming in off the Gulf and the Pacific, and that is going to lead up to flood concerns. A stretch here from northeastern Texas through central and southern Arkansas, North Mississippi, West Tennessee. and into western Kentucky. This area here, it is very possible of 8 to 10 inches of rainfall. This is the WPC's outlook, and you can see that stripe there. It's a little farther displaced to the north, but you get the general idea. Somebody is going to get a lot of rainfall over the course of a 7-day period. Not all of this will happen at one time, but understand there will be periods of time where the rain will become more dominant. That you could see on one day's time 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, the next day 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, and it just piles up from there. Now, the farther south that you go, it's all dependent on where the frontal boundary lays itself. If it stalls out on top of Memphis, yeah, this is going to be the area to watch for the potential for 10 inches of rainfall. If it's a little farther north of Memphis, where the WPC has their outlook, again, it could be more so the 10 inches for places like Wynne, Harrisburg, Blytheville, up towards Dyersburg. I don't think it's going to go too much farther to the south. So places like Corinth and Oxford, you guys, yeah, heavy rainfall, it could lead up to some localized flooding concerns over the course of a couple of days. But as far as the main flood concern, it will probably stay to your north. So that's something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. That front is going to be critical to the overreaching forecast in the extended forecast, because the front will lift back northward, it seems like, on Friday. And that may lend itself to a period of drier weather, at least for the majority of the Action News 5 coverage area. And then where the front hangs up at, that's where we could see more flooding rains potentially in play for Friday. The front comes sliding back southward on Saturday. That brings us another wave of very heavy rainfall and finally exits the region through the course of Sunday morning. And in the wake of that, cooler air will come along with it as well. So let's go day by day here. 64 today. Again, got the clouds this morning, sunshine on the way, okay? Tuesday, back to the 70s. Not a bad looking day. Gorgeous, mostly to partly sunny. Wednesday, first alert weather day. Understand, again, similar to your Sunday, it's not necessarily all day long. Morning hours, fine. We get into the early afternoon, watching storms developing to the west. It's going to be late afternoon, early evening that we see the severe weather potential increasing across the Mid-South. That will continue through the overnight period. And then a resurgence of storms comes in here on Thursday. That will be heavy in nature and the potential for strong storms as well. Friday, again, the front kind of slips back to the north, opens us up to a drier day slightly, and I do mean that slightly. It's all depending on where the front ultimately ends up at Friday. Then it comes back southward with heavy rainfall on Saturday before clearing out through Sunday, and behind that cooler weather will take us into the early portions of the next week. Highs back in the 60s, which will be actually below average for the early portion of April. Say weather where, we'll keep you advised.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Dietitians, boy, they play such an important role when it comes to helping people understand the connection between food and nutrition and how it can impact our lives. Let's bring in our friend, our clinical dietitian for Regional One Health. We got Quinay Johnson joining us once again on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Quinay, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Good morning, everyone. And nice to be back.
Yes, yes. Always good to have you. So we know that there are a lot of processed foods, ultra processed foods, and the way that they are processed affects how healthy they are or how unhealthy they are, I guess you should say. Can you explain the difference between processed foods, what that means, ultra processed foods, and best practices to avoid them?
I like to think of processing as modification. So there's a scale when it comes to processed foods, and it can be subjective, but the things that are constant are minimally processed and ultra processed. Minimally processed or minimally altered food can be your apple, for an example. You pick it straight off the tree, that's as minimally processed as it can get, versus ultra processed foods. It can be like an applesauce that has corn syrup added to it to make it sweet and also has preservatives within it to make sure it lasts long on the shelf and doesn't make you sick, or apple juice with added sweeteners such as corn syrup.
That's good to know. That's a good distinction, Quinay. Thank you. And you know, food choices, it's so hard for so many people out there. I mean, price is obviously a factor for so many people out there because grocery store prices, as you know, I mean, they've gone through the roof over the last several years. How do we make good food choices? If you had to just kind of give people maybe 3 bullet points on how to make good food choices, what would you tell them?
I would say knowing how to read a food label and understanding ingredients within the list on the back of food can help you make better options. To limit the amount of ultra processed ingredients you consume could be a great place to start. Two, making things more convenient for you. For an example, investing into buying frozen foods or still buying fresh foods and having tools at home to make sure that it's a quicker process for you to have food available so that you can make healthier options is number 2. And then 3, again, preparation is best, but having like fresh fruits and vegetables to snack on to make sure that you're getting a lot of vitamins and minerals as best as possible and not being enticed to buy fast food because you don't have any fresh fruit available at home is a third way to make healthier choices.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Quinay, when it comes to shopping at grocery stores?
Ooh, that's a great question. I believe the biggest mistake that can happen is to just not be intentional when it comes to going grocery shopping. So if you set time out before going to make a list and checking the boxes as to making sure that you have fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, lean meats, grains, and whole grains, and things of that nature before you go into the grocery store, that can help alleviate some of the issues when it comes to making mistakes at the grocery store. And then also going to the grocery store hungry. Don't do it because you're always going to impulsively buy something versus getting the things that you need to maintain a healthy lifestyle.
Oh, yeah, I've made that mistake plenty of times. And then I come home and I'm like, what is all this stuff? So, okay, let's talk about suggestions, easy ways, friendly reminders to make it easier to eat healthier each and every day.
One great way to make things easier for yourself is to, again, make a grocery list before you go to the grocery store. Buy things that you're more motivated to eat at home that are still healthy. For an example, I love pineapples. Pineapples, I believe, are in season right now, or apples. And having foods that are less processed or have less ingredients in them to complement those things. So I'm allergic to peanut butter, so I don't do that, but I do sunflower butter. That's something that I could pair with apples, and that's a great snack to have. Also, I'm trying to think of another way. Oh, buying frozen foods. That can be a cheap and also affordable way to get vegetables and fruits in that aren't as processed as per se your canned foods that have added salt in them, or for fruit, canned fruits with corn syrup added into them.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Let's talk about just, final question, just a main point you want people to remember when it comes to sticking to a healthy diet and how it affects our health.
The biggest thing that I want to be taken away from this is preparation saves a lot of heartache. If you go into something intentionally and have a game plan, you're more likely to succeed or win the game versus just going in willy-nilly, no practice, trying to be Michael Jordan.
Quinay Johnson has jokes on a Tuesday. Thank you, Quinay. I appreciate that. We always appreciate what you do as a clinical dietitian at Regional One Health. Thanks again for joining us on the Digital Desk.
Thank you so much. And I'm hoping that everyone has a great day. It was nice talking with you, Andrew.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Women make up nearly half of the U.S. workforce, yet they only have about 28% of the computer and mathematical occupations. Only 35% of STEM employees in the U.S. are women. So why is there such a disparity there? Let's bring in a couple of women to talk more about this issue. I'm joined by Dr. LaQuata Sumner and Scarlett Howry. Dr. Sumner is an experienced teacher, children's author, and STEAM philanthropist who leads drone and engineering camps throughout the country. And Scarlett Howry is the Vice President of Public Workforce Solutions at DeVry University. Ladies, good morning to you. Let me ask you both this. Why aren't more women in STEAM?
Well, we can see that we are making strides. Women are making strides in the STEAM field, but we can also see from the data that it highlights that we still have some challenges. As an educational institution who is committed to closing those skills gaps and fostering continuous learning, I see firsthand how hands-on learning and real-world problem solving can help that problem. And even programs like our program, Her World, which allows us to introduce STEM activities to middle school girls. And then our program, the Women in Scholars program, which provides resources and tools to women who are starting out in the tech field, which are valuable resources to them.
Scarlett, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I feel it's very similar to Dr. Sumner here. You know, it's important for us to make sure that we provide resources to our learners so that they can experience STEM in a meaningful way where they're able to do those types of hands-on activities that will allow for them to just see themselves in STEM and therefore be able to choose that as a potential occupation for them.
So let's talk in 5 to 10 years. I mean, what kind of career opportunities will be available when it comes to STEM type jobs?
Yeah, AI, high volume data analytics. They're changing the way that we work and we learn. We're seeing positions that are being eliminated and other positions that are changing in ways we just wouldn't have thought of 3 to 5 years ago. It's why upskilling and reskilling is not just a nice to have, it's essential. Degrees will still be important, but it's just not the only pathway to gaining the skills you need in this new digital environment. We need to make sure that educational institutions create pathways for learners that are upskilling and reskilling and in a particular part of their life, and other learners who are new to the workforce. All of them need to have access to education. At DeVry, for instance, we do infuse AI into our courses. We want to teach the concepts behind AI so that learners understand how and what AI can do for them. But we also want to infuse it into our undergraduate and our graduate courses so learners also understand context around how to use AI. Hopefully, they walk away with AI fluency that they can then use in their careers.
Yeah, AI seems to be everywhere, certainly. It seems like that's the buzzword these days. What about middle school and high school, Dr. Sumner? What's being done there to inspire that next generation in STEAM?
Well, it's definitely important that we introduce them at a young age, because we build their curiosity and also build their confidence. We see that a lot of women don't go into the STEM and STEAM field because they lack role models. So programs like Her World, we're not only introducing them to STEM and STEAM activities where they can get their hands on the activities, but we're introducing them to role models so that they can see themselves in the space. They can see someone who looks like them, and that builds their confidence to say that they too can be in that space and they can succeed in the STEM field as well.
Okay, well, Laquana Sumner and Scarlett Howie, appreciate the conversation. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. When it comes to colon cancer, it is the third leading cause of cancer deaths in men and the fourth leading cause in women in the U.S. Early detection is key to beating colon cancer, and there's a brand new study. It's interesting to what this new study is saying. It might help prevent this kind of deadly disease. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this new study and ways to prevent colon cancer. I'm joined right now by Dr. Soren Chokshi, excuse me, medical oncologist at Regional One Health. Dr. Chonsky, you know, maybe on another interview we can talk about springtime allergies that are just killing me right now. But let's talk about colon cancer, and tell me specifically about this new study. What did it say, and the details of it? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Andrew, for having me, and thank you for bringing me back on the show and to your listeners this morning. So, you know, March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month, and what we want to highlight is the importance of our diet and how that impacts our colon cancer risk. And that's what this study, which is similar to prior studies that have come out that have shown that the type of diet that we eat impacts the health of our colon, health of our bacteria in our gut, and that can have long-term implications on the development of colon cancer. Specifically, what this study found kind of builds on many other studies that showed that an increase in dietary fiber that comes through whole grains, fruits and vegetables, complex carbohydrates can help lower inflammation in the colon. And in doing so, you lower the ability of cells to mutate and turn into cancer. And so the primary takeaway point from this study was a well-balanced diet that is high in dietary fiber can help lower inflammation, which can keep your cancer risk low as well.
So let me ask you this. When it comes to colon cancer and doing a colonoscopy, it seems like the years are getting earlier when you should do the colonoscopy. It was 50 for many years, then it went down to 45. Is it because of our diet? Is this why we're seeing colon cancer earlier in people's life?
Well, that's a very good point, Andrew, and you do bring up a very important health implication is the screening guidelines have come down in the past couple of years, with the new screening guidelines stating that age 45 should be when individuals who are at average risk for colon cancer should start their screening with colonoscopy, sigmoidoscopy, or some other form of colon cancer testing. Now, the reason those guidelines unfortunately were lowered is we are detecting colon cancer in younger and younger patients. As you mentioned, historically, colon cancer used to be a cancer that developed in older folks, those, 50, 55, 60 plus. But we're now seeing that patients younger than 40 are developing colon cancer, and they're developing colon cancer that is more aggressive or more invasive at diagnosis. And as a result, the governing bodies for gastroenterology and oncology have recommended that we lower those screening guidelines. Now, why is it that colon cancer is being developed or being detected sooner? Is multifactorial. It could be the diet that we've had for many decades. It could be other exposures. It could also just be lifestyle behaviors and risks that have led to that development. But the main point is those who are average risk need to start getting screened at age 45.
Got it. Let's talk now about symptoms. What should people look for, and when should they see a doctor?
Correct. So the classic symptoms that we worry about for someone who may have colon cancer is if there's blood in the stools. Now that's seen typically by the patient first, but other things that a patient needs to look out for is if they're getting routine blood work through their primary care doctor and they notice that their hemoglobin level, which is a measure of their red blood cell count, is slowly starting to come down. Or if they start to notice that they're feeling more tired than usual, if they're noticing that the stool that's coming out has changed in the size, or if it's changed in its shape. One other thing that primary care doctor may notice is patients may start to develop iron deficiency for which other causes have been ruled out. And so those are some common symptoms that patients can look out for kind of on their end, and then they can bring those up with their primary doctor. And what I recommend is if there's any concern for anything that's abnormal, please talk to your primary doctor as soon as possible. Get that referral to GI doctor, get that scope done, and just rule out to be sure that there is anything abnormal going on.
Dr. Chachki, anything else we can touch on before we let you go here that you haven't touched on already?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to remember is given that colon cancer is rising in younger and younger populations, we do want to recommend that our patients and our internal medicine primary care colleagues think about colon cancer early, get the referral to GI early, and just do whatever we can to assess that before it becomes more advanced.
Dr. Soren Chachki, we appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you for the valuable advice and letting everyone know how early detection is so crucial to defeating this disease. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Andrew, and thank you for the time.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There's a question out there that many people ask. Who pays when Memphis police work special events, be it a concert, a Grizzlies game, some other kind of special event? Who pays that bill? Is it MPD? Is it the entity or organization, or is it taxpayers? Let's bring in our friend Sam Hardiman with the Daily Memphian. He covers a number of different issues downtown, the government reporter and City Hall. He spends a lot of time in, and he asked that question. In fact, it was the latest piece that he and his colleagues at the Daily Memphian have revealed. And, you know, Sam, good morning to you. I guess there's would be an assumption that the entity or the organization that is having that special event would pay the bulk of it. But Based upon your investigation, that's not entirely true, right? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, thanks, Andrew, for having me on. Yeah, it appears that MPD is not actually very good at billing the entities that receive special event security. So first, you can find this article at thedailymemphian.com, or dailymemphian.com, I'm sorry. And you know what it is, what we really found is MPD last year, and this is calendar year 2024. So we only have 1 year of data. This has obviously been going on for decades, right? And MPD just didn't start working special events yesterday. And so what is really interesting about that is in that 1 year data, there's a whole, like, you can give the figure from the article, but there's a whole number of events and percentage of the $1.3 million in MPD overtime. MPD isn't even billing the entity for. They're just eating the cost, which means taxpayers are eating the cost. And so while $1.3 million is not very much in a $300+ million MPD budget, where they budget $32 million for overtime, every little bit counts, and every little dollar that comes back to MPD from an entity is money that taxpayers can have in services somewhere else.
How much are taxpayers on are footing the bill? I mean, how much are they on this account here? I mean, when it comes to, let's just say 2024.
2024, it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. MPD, I think, collected a little more than I think 400 grand. Check the article. My brain is a little foggy this morning. In terms of payments from those entities, so really, it's almost $1 million last year that MPD just ate, which means taxpayers just ate for special events, and a lot of the money that's getting eaten is sporting events and concerts, and so that means really a lot of downtown man hours are not being paid for by the entities that need the security. And there's obviously this argument maybe that, you know, this is economic growth, this is economic impact, et cetera, but this is a decent amount of money that's getting eaten by taxpayers here.
Man, you know, and it seems based upon your article, Sam, that even MPD admits, hey, listen, we need a better better policy when it comes to this stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me? Or did I just mute myself?
Yes. No, I can hear you. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, absolutely. MPD, the presentation we obtained at the Daily Memphian, you know, makes very clear that MPD is looking for a better policy. They've been facing pressure from the Memphis City Council recently, who has taken a real shine to the MPD budget and the overtime budget. And MPD in this presentation concluded essentially saying we need a clear policy so that when we actually send bills to people, because a big part of this is it's just bills not even being sent to the entities, right? This isn't just, oh, people aren't paying. It is MPD is not sending. And then the department also wants a clear collections process, meaning like, okay, we've sent an invoice. Here's how we actually get paid for that invoice, which is something private business does every day.
Yeah. Wow. That is infuriating to, I'm sure, a number of different taxpayers there. That it's just a matter of billing that entity and going through, I guess, the collection process. You mentioned earlier that it's Memphis City Council that is shining a light on MPD's budget. Do you expect this or anticipate it coming up sometime soon, in particular for the budget season?
Absolutely. I mean, the Memphis City Council is going to set the budget tomorrow. Not set the budget, I'm sorry. Everyone calm down. They're going to set their hearings for the budget tomorrow, which means we'll actually have a process as to how taxpayer money is going to get allocated this year. And I would expect when MPD comes before the council, which will be a long, dry meeting sometime in April or early May, we are going to see some real scrutiny of this, because there was some scrutiny almost a month ago when the last time the Memphis City Council met, which was in mid-February. Had quite the long break here. And we'll definitely see something about this. You know, I've heard from council people this morning. I'm not going to say who, but I've definitely heard from several this morning who read the article and were like, wow, we're going to be talking about this. And so it definitely is going to happen, because every little, like, again, this is not a large amount of money in terms of an $800 million city budget, a $300 million MPD budget, or even the overtime budget. But when, you know, it costs, say, you know, $1 million, $500,000 to resurface the playground, right? And MPD is, you know, eating $800,000, $900,000 for the overtime every year. Well, if they're not eating that overtime, right, maybe that playground gets paid for with a certain amount of money that isn't debt or something like that, or services that MPD, you know, needs, for example, whether it's uniforms, whether it's, you know, bullets, whether it's, you know, anything. that can be paid for by this money. And so every dollar saved is another dollar in taxpayer services. And that's really important.
No question about it. And also just it's so frustrating that it's not working out the way that, it's supposed to, I guess. Anything else you want to mention to our viewers that are watching right now?
No, I understand the frustration, Andrew. I think this is, and I'm not going to try to editorialize here, but, I think Memphis as an entity, I'm talking about the government, not the people, but the government as an entity is starting to wise up. And I'm not saying they weren't wise before. They're starting to wise up and really count the pennies where they can, because pennies add up. And, I think looking forward, that's a good thing for taxpayers. The fact that this information is out there is a good thing for taxpayers. And so that's what I would say. And please continue to read our work and support the Daily Memphian. We take donations. We are a nonprofit.
Sam Hardiman, always doing great work at the Daily Memphian, covering government and politics. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Schizophrenia is a persistent and often disabling mental illness that affects how a person thinks, how they feel, how they behave. It is something that is catastrophic for so many people. There were nearly 2.8 million people in the U.S. affected by it. It's one of the top causes of disability worldwide. I want to tell you right now that the FDA has recently approved a new medication for treatment of schizophrenia in adults, representing the first new class of medicine in more than 30 years. And to talk with me more about this new treatment is Dr. Gus Alva. He is joining us right now. He's a distinguished fellow of the American Psychiatry Association. And first, Dr. Alva, good morning to you. Tell us about this new treatment and the groundbreaking treatment that it is. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Andrew, and exciting it is, isn't it? We've actually had an amazing breakthrough, and this morning I'm partnering with Bristol Myers Squibb to speak about this new medicine, Cobenfy, which is a combination of xanomeline and trospium chloride, the first and only FDA-approved medicine that targets M1 and M4 receptors in the brain. Completely different way of treating patients that suffer with schizophrenia, and that's why this new medicine is not called an antipsychotic. It is a medicine for the treatment of adults with schizophrenia.
So I understand, doctor, that in the past with other treatments, a lot of patients with schizophrenia, they would either not respond to therapy, or they would have a partial or an inadequate improvement, and then the side effects were just too much for many of them. How is this treatment different from that?
Well, Andrew, like you said, schizophrenia is not a one-size-fits-all situation. And you're right, up to this particular point, the different medicines that we've had block D2 receptors in the brain, which means that there's either too much or too little dopamine. And if you just indiscriminately block D2 receptors in the brain, you may, to a degree, decrease some of the hallucinations and delusions that people might experience, but you may also aggravate specific problems, like maybe cause irreversible movement problems or metabolic factors that might decrease the overall lifespan of the individual. So you're absolutely right. Targeting a new overall approach in dealing with these symptoms is really critical, and Cobenfy offers that. We know this medicine works because, when you take a look at the overall program that was very robustly done, this is a drug that works across multiple symptom domains in patients that suffer with schizophrenia, and it works quite nicely. Now, keep in mind, not everybody will be able to take the medicine. Some people that might be allergic to the medicine or might have some difficulty emptying their bladder or their stomach or have certain eye or liver conditions wouldn't be able to take the medicine. And all medicines cause side effects. The most common side effects with this medicine could include nausea, constipation, increases in blood pressure, and so on. So, it's useful to keep in mind that, one's own doctor might be a great resource for additional information, or to go to a website like cobenfy.com where more information is retained.
If someone is interested in learning more, is that the best place online in order to do so, just to learn more about this treatment and if it works for them?
Absolutely, Andrew. So Cobenfy, COBENFY.com would be the spot in which people might be able to get more information, patients, their loved ones, etc. Cobenfy.com.
Anything else you want to mention with regards to this new treatment, the FDA approval, and what you've seen with it so far?
Absolutely, Andrew. Imagine a life in which you couldn't trust what you saw or heard or smelled or tasted or felt, and a life in which you had fixed false beliefs, or a life in which you weren't enjoying life the way that you and I do, or communicating the way that you and I do, or not being able to actually remember things or make decisions. Those are some of the symptoms that people experience that suffer with schizophrenia. So this is a new step forward, offering hope for individuals that might have either not benefited or had intolerable side effects with other medicines that they may have tried out in the past. And that's what I've seen with my patients, really that new hope of additional benefit.
All right, Dr. Goss, Alva talking about the new ground, breaking new ground in schizophrenia treatment on the digital desk. Thank you. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a big spring plant sale at Memphis Botanic Garden, April, and it is certainly one of those plant sales that need to be recognized because there are all kinds of plants that you can buy there, shapes and sizes, you name it. Let's check in with Wyatt Peterson. He is the greenhouse manager at Memphis Botanic Garden. Wyatt, good morning to you. Tell us a little bit about this sale. It seems like it gets bigger and better each and every year. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah. We're here in the greenhouse where we prepare a lot of the plants. We are getting stocked up and ready to go. We've got nearly 2 acres out there, and it is just packed to the brim with plants, and the greenhouse as well. And I mean, you think of it, you name it, we've got it. The sale is April 10th through April 12th at 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. April 10th is the members only day. So if you are a member, you can get a 10% discount on all of our plants and, early access to all of the stuff. So you can get, the pick of the bunch. And it's going to be a great time.
So let me ask you this. Is it native to Mid-South plants, or are there other exotic plants? Explain a little bit about it.
Yeah, so we've got a curated selection of plants grown in the Mid-South. They'll do perfect for your yard. Spring is a great time to start planting. So we've got it here, and we've got our horticulture staff walking around all day. So you come out there, you have any plant that you're interested in, ask them a question. They can tell you the whole story about that plant. Odds are they grew it from seed. So, they can give you the entire background. You have pictures of your yard. They can show you where to plant it and how to care for it. I'm growing a bunch of houseplants. We've got really cool, exotic, and rare stuff that you can't necessarily find at the big box stores. So, I mean, we've got our natives, annuals, perennials, shrubs and trees. We've got fruits and herbs, and we've got veggies as well.
That's cool. So you can show somebody a picture of your property, and they'll tell you where to put it. That's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Tell us about the proceeds. I mean, this is a big fundraiser for you guys, right?
Yeah, all the proceeds go directly back into the garden. So it's going to support everything we do here, how we keep this place looking beautiful, but it's also going to help all of our community outreach, our education. It's a big benefit for us. It's where we get a lot of our funding.
Excellent, excellent. So anything else we need to know about? We said it, April 10th is open just for Memphis Botanic Garden members. The 11th and 12th, it's open to the public for free. Anything else we can talk about, Wyatt?
Well, I've got some plants I can show you if you would like.
Let's do it.
All right, so right here, I've got a ghost cactus. This is pretty unique. It's white variegated, so it's barely got any green on it, hence why it's called a ghost cactus. And that's pretty rare and unique. We've got this mosaic ficus as well, and these are all houseplants, by the way. And this thing can get 12 feet tall if you keep growing it. But it's got beautiful patterns on its leaves. We've got these hybrid begonias. They've got great patterns on their leaves as well. You know, the houseplants are really showy and a lot of fun, but we've also got plenty of stuff out in the nursery that would be perfect for the yard.
Fantastic, Wyatt. I appreciate that. A little show and tell on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much. Good luck, and we appreciate all the work that you do at Memphis Botanic Garden to make that place shine so much. Thank you. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. So many things to talk about when you talk about food in Memphis and the Mid-South. Let's bring in our food reporter with the commercial appeal, Ellen Chamberlain, joining us now on the digital desk to talk about several different topics when it comes to food that I'm sure will illuminate the taste buds of so many out there. Good morning, Ellen. How are you?
Good morning, Andrew. And yes, of course, that's the hope. We want to illuminate the taste buds of Memphians and our guests, like Liam. Oh my gosh, they tasted all the best of the city. So that was really cool for them.
Yeah.
We got to start today talking about some of the iconic places in the city because Southern Living just gave some huge shouts out to the Peabody and to the Rendezvous. Something that we already know here in the city that these places are amazing, but voters, readers of that publication have voted and said that the Rendezvous is the best barbecue in Tennessee, and that the Peabody is the most iconic and classic Southern Charm hotel. So it was really sweet to see that news come out last week. What we've got going on this week, though, it's Black Restaurant Week, Memphis Black Restaurant Week 2025. That is produced by Cynthia Daniels, who I recently had the pleasure of meeting. Beautiful woman with this mission of getting us to patronize more of the Black businesses in town. You just saw Bala's Bistro on your screen, and then Curry and Jerk, which is an iconic downtown Jamaican restaurant. So if you can, there are 20 different restaurants participating in Black Restaurant Week this year. And of course, we don't have to just come this week. We can go at any time. But somehow, Andrew, I decided I would make this lofty goal of visiting all 20 in the week. You should see what my gas, oh yeah, it's crazy. You should see what my gas and my poor tummy look like. My fridge is full of leftovers because I can't eat it all. But I've been trying to document the whole thing on social and like do what the young kids do. It's not my thing, but if you're into it, check me out. I'm on Instagram at @eSaidSheSaid, and I'm trying to just show love to all of these restaurants. In fact, when I leave you, I am going to skedaddle over to the Four-Way because I've been craving their macaroni and cheese for months. So why not go this week? So hopefully you can pop into one of those 20 participating restaurants this week for Black Restaurant Week too. Let's see. Also, another big story that a lot of people have been talking about is Lent. Now, I know that everyone does not necessarily observe Lent, but for those of us who may, this is a time where traditionalists are giving up the meat of warm-blooded animals. So Lent is the time to get in all of your seafood, and there's plenty of really good seafood around our city. So maybe Liam and the troop went to Bog and Barley and got to try some of their fish dishes, but Celtic Crossing also has an amazing fish and chips, and it doesn't just have to be about St. Patrick's Day. When you go to Coastal Fish Company, as the name suggests, just about everything there would be something appropriate for a Lent diet or Lenten season diet. Brookhaven Pub and Grill, it also has dishes that can kind of speak to that. So you want to look for your shellfish and your mollusks. Your whitefish are really hearty this time of year. I've been getting lots of emails from readers asking about places where they might be able to get some dishes. If we're down in DeSoto, Two Crazy Fellas is probably my favorite DeSoto oyster spot that I found so far. So for all those who are observing, Lent runs through April 17th. Easter is on April 20th this year. So if you're looking for some nice places around town to break up the monotony of whatever it is you got going on at home, consider places like Bog and Barley or Flying Fish or Coastal Fish Company. These places are ready to take care of your dietary needs this Lenten season. But we got to go to the biggest controversy. Like, I love Memphians and I love the way that our readers at the Commercial Appeal will interact with me. You all will always let me know if I'm doing it right, and you let me know when I got it wrong. So here's the controversy, and I'm open to hearing it. It's pizza bracket time. As we've discussed before, Andrew, I don't do sports football. I'm so sorry, but I don't understand what's happening with March Madness on the traditional side of things. But if you're down for a bracket, I've got one for you over at the Commercial Appeal. But what we're voting on and what we're trying to predict is who's got the best pizza in the city. So while everybody's watching the NCAA tournament, and I believe I got that much right, we're around town trying pizza. But here's the deal. We are only considering pizzerias that are based in Memphis. If they are national chains, they must be national chains that were founded here in town, like Pyros. I don't know if you're aware, but that's a local joint that just blew up across the country. Everybody else is local to the city. Much love to folks like Rock and Dough, based in Jackson, or even Slim and Huskies, based in Nashville. But this bracket is a Memphis thing. Voting happens every week, Sunday through Thursday. We'd love to hear from all of you, including you, Andrew. I'd love to see your votes come through, and we will be crowning a winner of the top pizza in the city in the next few weeks.
I love it. I love it. Just looking at all those pizzas, and I've had several that you just showed. Wow, there are some amazing ones there. Chow Baby, for example, just incredible. And I love Hog and Hominy. And oh my gosh, we could go on. And of course, every time we do this segment, Ellen, it makes me hungry as well. So I love seeing the fish guide too. There's so many. You think Memphis is inland. You don't think there's many fish options, but there are so many around town. I love that you highlighted that. And yeah. And then the Memphis Black Restaurant Week. I mean, always something you can find. And again, it's 365 days out of the year. You're always finding these restaurants. So hats off to you, Ellen. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And thanks for the taste buds illuminating this morning.
Always. Thank you so much, Andrew. You have a beautiful day.
Alrighty, the time now is 9:54. Your weather update is coming up on the other side of the break. Plus, stick around because we have two live interviews. One breaking down DeSoto County Dining Week. We'll tell you about all the great eats and where you can stop. Plus, we're talking about Parkinson's Awareness Month. That is coming up in April. So tomorrow, a lot to talk about there in the latest in senior care, brain health, and innovative approaches. You don't want to miss it. That's coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
On the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Monday morning, a very active couple of days across the Mid-South as we have gone through the last few days with a transition point. Today is that transition point for us across the Mid-South after a very active Sunday evening. And of course, the showers and thunderstorms exiting the Action News 5 coverage area and eventually bringing back sunshine as we go through the course of the day, but cooler sunshine. In fact, temperatures only managing the middle 60s here with the north wind coming around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, we'll drop back into the 40s, mostly clear, northeasterly wind 5 to 10 miles per hour as we go through that time frame. But I do want to give you a first alert. There are changes, my friends, coming in our direction. Another risk for strong and severe thunderstorms coming into play for late Wednesday, kind of on a similar vein as to what we just saw with our system on Sunday. The system will come through the area later in the day. A lot of the day will be warm and windy, sunshine breaking back out, and then the storms take hold during the evening and overnight period. But unfortunately for us, this is not going to be a system that's going to be one and done. It's not in and out. This one is going to be more so a situation that could be reminiscent of what we had about 2 or 3 weeks ago when we had one round of storms and then another one right on its heels to take us into the next day. So it's very possible that we could have to extend the first alert weather day from Wednesday evening all the way through Thursday. That's not to also delineate, we have to delineate the other part of this as well, that there's flooding concerns on the back end of all of this. A very active period of time expected through the middle and latter portion of this week. Here's a look at our severe weather risk. Again, an enhanced level 3 to 5 risk that stretches from Lake Michigan all the way to northern Louisiana. Of course, right here in the middle, the Mid-South. And that could be one of the things that kind of gives you an idea that we could be dealing with some strong and severe thunderstorms. Again, kind of being in the middle of the risk zone kind of gives you that idea. That's something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. But again, the entire Action News 5 coverage area underneath that level 3 out of 5 risk. And I would not be surprised, based off of what we've been seeing, that over the course of either later today or going into tomorrow, that there could be an upgrade to a moderate risk. And again, even yesterday, we were teetering on the edge of a moderate risk with the storms that came rolling through here last night. And this one may be a little bit stronger than the storm system that we saw on Sunday. This storm system coming in here on Wednesday. Notice the storms beginning to flare up back out to the west across Arkansas as well as Missouri. That's lunchtime. Look at the temperatures, though. We're well into the 80s on Wednesday afternoon, actually nearing record high territory with a very strong south wind. That wind's going to be howling out of the south at about 20 plus miles per hour, meaning gusts could be higher than that outside of any thunderstorms. That's 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Storms beginning to erupt and become more organized, working their way eastward as we head through the early evening hours. And again, see how the cells, again, all kind of individualized along a line. At 7 p.m., we're still up around 80 degrees. Keep that in mind because of the fact that that is going to be fuel for the fire. And I always anecdotally say this, the 2 or 3 hours around sunset or sunrise tend to be the worst when it comes down to weather. It's just the diurnal cycle turning around, and that's usually what's going to end up happening here. And I think that by the time we get towards around sunset, the storms really take hold. And notice how they just kind of lay themselves down. They don't really go all the way through the Action News 5 coverage area because guess what? That front starts to lose its luster. It starts to lose its push. So this becomes a lazy front. And there's another one that's behind it that will do the exact same thing for Thursday. A very active period because guess what? That leads up to flood concerns. If not the potential for severe weather, I think the severe weather potential will come in on the early side of the system. Damaging winds, large hail, tornado risk, all in the medium category. And then a high risk of heavy rainfall that leads up to flooding concerns. So once the severe weather potential may go down, the flood threat becomes the more dominant thing. And unfortunately, this may be a multi-day scenario that plays out because guess what? There's a level 2 out of 5 risk that takes us into Thursday because that front is still right on top of us. And another one's going to come slamming southward to give it another push. And that push is going to allow for us to get another round of storms to get going that could be strong to severe come Thursday, mid to late morning into the afternoon hours. Remember, there's 2 fronts, and the second one also stalls out. And there's a ton of moisture coming in off the Gulf and the Pacific. And that is going to lead up to flood concerns. A stretch here from northeastern Texas through central and southern Arkansas, North Mississippi, West Tennessee. and into western Kentucky. This area here, it is very possible of 8 to 10 inches of rainfall. This is the WPC's outlook, and you can see that stripe there. It's a little farther displaced to the north, but you get the general idea. Somebody is going to get a lot of rainfall over the course of a 7-day period. Not all of this will happen at one time, but understand there will be periods of time where the rain will become more dominant, that you could see on one day's time 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, the next day 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, and it just piles up from there. Now, the farther south that you go, it's all dependent on where the frontal boundary lays itself. If it stalls out on top of Memphis, yeah, this is going to be the area to watch for the potential for 10 inches of rainfall. If it's a little farther north of Memphis, where the WPC has their outlook, again, it could be more so the 10 inches for places like Wynne, Harrisburg, Blytheville, up towards Dyersburg. I don't think it's going to go too much farther to the south. So places like Corinth and Oxford, you guys, yeah, heavy rainfall, it could lead up to some localized flooding concerns over the course of a couple of days. But as far as the main flood concern, it will probably stay to your north. So that's something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. That front is going to be critical to the overreaching forecast in the extended forecast, because the front will lift back northward, it seems like, on Friday. And that may lend itself to a period of drier weather, at least for the majority of the Action News 5 coverage area. And then where the front hangs up at, that's where we could see more flooding rains potentially in play for Friday. The front comes sliding back southward on Saturday. That brings us another wave of very heavy rainfall and finally exits the region through the course of Sunday morning. And in the wake of that, cooler air will come along with it as well. So let's go day by day here. 64 today. Again, got the clouds this morning, sunshine on the way, okay? Tuesday, back to the 70s. Not a bad looking day. Gorgeous, mostly to partly sunny. Wednesday, first alert weather day. Understand, again, similar to your Sunday, it's not necessarily all day long. Morning hours, fine. We get into the early afternoon, watching storms developing to the west. It's going to be late afternoon, early evening that we see the severe weather potential increasing across the Mid-South. That will continue through the overnight period. And then a resurgence of storms comes in here on Thursday. That will be heavy in nature and the potential for strong storms as well. Friday, again, the front kind of slips back to the north, opens us up to a drier day slightly, and I do mean that slightly. It's all depending on where the front ultimately ends up at Friday. Then it comes back southward with heavy rainfall on Saturday before clearing out through Sunday, and behind that cooler weather will take us into the early portions of next week. Highs back in the 60s, which will be actually below average for the early portion of April. Say weather where, we'll keep you advised.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. The time now is 10:04. We're getting into our health content this morning. A really great interview lined up for you. We are talking about Parkinson's Awareness Month, which is April, which is knocking on the door. That's tomorrow. And we're going to discuss the latest in senior care, brain health, and innovative approaches. And we're bringing in an expert this morning to help break it all down for us. Joining us is Dwayne Clark, CEO and founder of Aegis Living. Good morning to you, Dwayne. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great.
Great. It's good to have you here on the digital desk. A lot of talking points here, a lot of things to discuss. But let's talk about Parkinson's Awareness Month, which is tomorrow. It kicks off tomorrow. What's the main message we're trying to get out there today?
Well, I think there's a lot of awareness on Parkinson's. You know, I've unfortunately been dealing with professionally with Parkinson's residents for almost 40 years. My mother's had Parkinson's, my brother's had Parkinson's, my sister's had Parkinson's. So a lot of it is awareness, and just in terms of how you detect Parkinson's, what are some of the things you can do to treat them, and early treatment is significantly and important in helping the disease process. So.
Oh, that's good to know there. And what are some things that we can look for to detect it?
Well, you have to understand Parkinson's is a disease where your nerve cells start to die off or get damaged. And, these nerve cells, these neurons are transmitters that take dopamine to the brain. And when they die off, normally what happens is it affects movement substantially. So your body starts to get a little rigid, you start to have tremors, you have what's called bradykinesis, which is slowness of movement. Your muscles tend to get rigid, your posture and your stability, balance tends to go off. But there's some interesting things that are happening with regard to early detection. Even before you take a formal blood test or some other things that are on the horizon. One of the things that we're seeing is in REM sleep, people start to act out differently in their REM sleep. Often, getting up and walking in the middle of the night, not knowing they're sleepwalking, having violent dreams where they're punching or slugging or kicking the covers off. This is something that you want to pay attention to, and maybe an early sign of onset of Parkinson's. The other thing that we're noticing is handwriting. Now, I know everyone, mine in particular, handwriting starts to get bad as you get older, but we notice some significant changes in handwriting that can be analyzed in a way that says, there's something different going on with the brain here. So there's a lot of interesting things that are happening in terms of new things that are preventing Alzheimer's too. For example, there's a new technique called deep brain stimulation, where they're actually planting electrodes in the brain that help reduce tremors. Elon Musk Neuralink could help people with Parkinson's disease. There's new gene therapies that are helping, stem cell therapies that are helping. Most of these things have not been approved by the federal government, but there's new things coming on. There's a test by a company called Aprion that's testing for abnormal proteins in the blood that will give you some interesting results that can be helpful in conclusive diagnostics of Parkinson's disease. They're even doing a skin biopsy. A company called Sin1 is doing a skin biopsy looking for abnormal proteins in the skin. So lots of interesting things that are happening right now. Even in the way of nuclear medicine, they have a test called DNT, it's a dopamine transporter test, where they look at the production of dopamine in your brain through a SPECT scan, where neurologists will be able to see in a clear-cut way whether you have a propensity for Parkinson's.
Yeah, so it seems like there's a lot of research out there, Dwayne, and I know I only have you for a short minute here, at least the next 10 minutes, so we could probably go on and on about this, but is there a website, someone who wants to learn more information about some of the research you just presented? Is there anywhere they can go to learn more?
Yeah, the Parkinson's Association will certainly have some of the latest and greatest treatments. Certainly the Alzheimer's Association will also reference some of the things on Parkinson's as well. So those are two great websites to go to. But I tell you, with the advent of ChatGPT, it aggregates a lot of stuff that, you'll get some pretty good information on as well.
All right, that's good to know. Thanks so much. So let's keep this thing rolling. I know you're the founder of Aegis Living. Can you tell us more about Aegis Living?
Yeah, we've been in business almost 28 years. We have almost 40 properties. We'll open up our 39th. We have 2 more in development. Pretty much a West Coast company, Nevada, Washington, California. We'll serve almost 3,000 residents. But I've been doing this almost 40 years. I've worked in this industry a long time, and have probably dealt with somewhere between 70 and 80,000 people. Aegis specializes in dementia care and Parkinson's disease. As I said earlier in the show, my family has been devastated by Parkinson's, so it's something that I take a deep interest in.
So you definitely could probably educate us on this because you have years of experience, but when some families are looking for assisted living facility for their loved ones, what are some key questions that they should ask or they should consider when going through that searching process?
Well, there's lots of evaluations that you should look for. Like, every company in the country, from Disney to Apple, has what's called a Net Promoter Score. And, that's a score that essentially gives you customer satisfaction. So that's one you can go on and say, hey, what's the Net Promoter Score of this company to judge customer satisfaction? Second thing I would do is go to the trade association, American Senior Housing Association, local assisted living associations within the state, American Healthcare. Those kinds of associations can be very helpful in telling you, all about the company. And then, look at people's Google scores. One of the things that's very helpful is Glassdoor. Aegis was lucky to be voted a top 50 company on Glassdoor out of almost 700,000 companies that were nominated for best place to work. And often happy employees will result in happy customers. So when you can have scores like that, we were voted a top 20 work-life balance company out of, again, 650,000 companies. Those are kinds of things that you want to know. The other thing I will tell people, and when my friends ask about this, I tell them this is the one thing I would do. Go in unannounced after hours. So walk in at 7 o'clock. Don't call the place. Just go check it out. And see how you're greeted, see how things are, after hours, not when the administrator's there. Just show up. And is it, and then a lot of it is just intuitive. Does the place smell? Is it clean? Are residents seem happy? Are the staff interacting with the residents in an appropriate way? All these little common sense things that you can tell. And then years in business. I mean, I would be a little bit hesitant of a company that started out last year as opposed to a company that's been in business 15, 20, 30 years. Because it's a difficult business. It's extremely competitive. So if you've been around for a while, you've probably learned some things.
I like how you're spelling this out for us. I think what I noticed the most is when I've heard this before, just show up, just pop in, and that's when you can really get an idea of how that particular company runs their business. Since I have you here, we have to get some wellness tips. I know you have some gems for us. Tell us, are there any diet or lifestyle habits that we can incorporate into our lifestyle here?
Well, if you think about what's killing Americans, you talk about the 5 top diseases, dementia, diabetes, stroke, heart attacks, cancer. All those diseases have one thing in common. And that one thing in common is inflammation, right? So you go, well, what gives us inflammation? Well, I spent a great deal of time in Europe, and I wrote a book called 30 Summers More, which is all about longevity and healthcare. When I go to Europe, I take all my vitals, my blood pressure, I look at my blood sugar, obviously I look at my weight, I look at my sleep, all these things. They dramatically improve within 4 days in Europe as opposed to being in the United States.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Well, one of the things that's happening is our food system, right? If you look back 100 years, we used to eat about 12 pounds of sugar. Today, we eat almost an entire human body in terms of pounds of sugar, about 160 pounds of sugar that we eat. And it's in everything. So, food companies have learned how to produce addictive food materials. They get us addicted to things that are not good for us. And that's why Europe is much, much more aggressive on, their foods and what we eat. And that's why you see in just a short amount of time, 72 to 100 hours, your body reacts to these things and you have a dramatic improvement. So inflammation is killing us. In fact, one of the things that I do on a weekly basis is, there's this big advent of red light therapy that's happening. Red light therapy, first of all, it's great for Parkinson's as well because it helps reduce inflammation and reduce rigidity in the body as well. But it takes down inflammation. So it helps with all those 5 killers of diseases that I've already mentioned. The other thing that I do twice a week is a cold plunge. So again, taking the inflammation down in your body, so one of the reasons as we age, we get arthritic conditions. Well, arthritis is just inflammation in your body. So whatever you can do to get inflammation down in your body, you're gonna live much longer. And I talk a great deal about this in my book, 30 Summers More, because we have to counteract the food systems that we're eating unless you move out of this country. It's very hard, even if you eat pure, organic, whatever, it's infiltrated in every part of our food system.
Dwayne, so insightful there. So many gems you're giving us this morning. I wish I could keep you throughout the hour, but we have to continue to move on. But tell me this, is there anything that you want to add or that you want to share? What's the main takeaway that you want our viewers who are joining us this morning to take away?
Well, I've dealt with seniors my whole life, but the thing about it is you really should start being concerned about your body and your health in your 40s, not when you turn 80, because you won't make it to 80 if you don't. And so again, look at those inflammatory markers. One of the greatest predictors of health is grip strength. You can buy on Amazon a little gripper that you grip and it tests your grip strength. And it's one of the greatest markers of if you're going to live long or not. If you have really poor grip strength, it manifests its way in a variety of health conditions. So, simple things like that. But, start eating better, stop doing fast food, stop doing processed food, stop, and the last thing I will just tell you is sleep is the foundation of it all. If you're not getting 7 hours sleep and at least an hour to hour and 15 minutes of deep sleep, you're probably going to have health problems because your body needs that to make new cells, and it takes about 7 hours to do that. It also takes 7 hours to produce the waste product, the dead cells in your body that gives you cancer and these other inflammatory diseases. You need those 7 hours to extinguish those cells through your body.
Sleep is everything. That's Dwayne Clark, CEO and founder of Aegis Living, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thanks so much for bringing us some insight, and we look forward to chatting with you in the future. Taking you outside this morning, a live look at the M Bridge. 55 degrees, pretty dry out there after a wet start overnight and even the morning. Things starting to clear out, but don't forget, Wednesday is a first alert weather day. Of course, we'll get another update on our weather conditions soon, but stay here with us because at 10:30 we have a live interview. We're discussing DeSoto County Dining Week. That's next week, April 7th through the 13th. John Frost is joining us on the digital desk to tell us where you can go to get some great eats. Again, you don't want to miss that. That's coming up at 10:30 right here on the Action News 5 digital desk. The time now is 10:17. We're going to take a 60-second break and we'll be back in then.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Want to show you some pictures here. This is from Tattoo Fest. Yes, the Memphis Tattoo Festival is coming to our region. We're talking about more than 200 of the best tattoo artists from all over the world coming to the Bluff City. Joining me now on the digital desk to talk more about it, Quinn Hurley, director of the Memphis Tattoo Festival. So Quinn, good morning to you. Tell me about this festival, the origins. Is this the first time? How do you get all 200 tattoo artists to come to Memphis for a big festival? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. This is not the first time. This is our second year in Memphis. We started doing tattoo festivals in our hometown of Fort Wayne, Indiana, a couple years ago, and we did one. The next year we did 4 in 4 different cities, and then the next year we did 12 of them in 12 different cities, and Memphis was one of them. That was last year. It went really well, and we just not only decided, but enthusiastically were jumping at the opportunity to come back to Memphis.
So other than the obvious with people getting tattoos, what else happens at a tattoo festival? Fill me in.
You know, it really is a lot of just getting tattoos, but you get to see the process. You get to walk around and see people from all over the country, from all over the world getting tattoos. We also have tattoo contests that are a lot of fun, both for tattoos that are healed and tattoos that are done there right at the festival. So even if you're not getting a bunch of tattoos, maybe you get one little one, but you can see, the tattoos that take 3 days to complete, and that's always a lot of fun. We also have our worst tattoo competition, which is maybe my favorite part of the whole weekend, where people can come show off tattoos that they maybe regret a little bit, and they can win to get them removed by our friends at Removery.
That is funny. I could see how that could be quite entertaining for sure. How many people do you expect? This is a 3-day event, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Generally, it'll bring between 2,000 to 3,000 people through the door. With 200 artists, there's definitely enough time for everybody to get a tattoo. Not every single artist is going to be working all 3 days on the one same person. There will be artists that have their flash available, their pre-drawn designs, and taking appointments all throughout the weekend. So you can definitely come in and get a tattoo at Memphis Tattoo Festival if you want to.
Okay, anything else we can talk about when it comes to the Tattoo Festival, dates, times, that sort of thing, where it is?
Yeah, definitely. So it is going to be April 4th through 6th. It's at the Renaissance Center, downtown Memphis. Times vary a little bit. Friday is noon to 10 p.m. Saturday is 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then Sunday is 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Early bird tickets are on sale right now at MemphisTattooFestival.com. You can also get tickets at the door. We are a family-friendly event, so you can bring anybody. You just have to be 18 to get a tattoo.
All right, Quinn Hurley, director of the Memphis Tattoo Festival. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Spring break isn't just for college students anymore. Travelers are really kind of redefining the season with longer, more immersive getaways, cultural experiences, self-care escapes. Let's talk more about this season, this spring's biggest travel trends with Allie Killam. She's with Airbnb joining us on the digital desk. So tell me, how, Allie, are people rethinking spring break this year? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, Airbnb guests are really prioritizing self-care, immersing themselves in cultural events, and spending quality time with their family and their pets while they're traveling this spring. So compared to last year, searches for trips with pets have increased by 30%. And we're also seeing a rise in solo travel. So we've seen a 90% growth in solo travel searches for spring, which we think is tied to this wider, slow, and soft travel trend. And then with spring breaks in full spring across the schools around the country, we're also seeing that destinations that offer family-friendly events and activities are really trending with guests this spring as well.
So tell me about this solo trend and what's driving it, because I would think, like, when I travel, I want to be with a friend, a family member, somebody to enjoy the experiences.
Yeah, definitely. I think the solo travel trend is really tied into this greater, like, trend around self-care and travel being one and the same, and just taking time to really unplug, really get to know a destination, and really focus on relaxation, connection, and really taking things slow. So we're seeing this in a couple different ways. So people who are increasingly searching for countryside listings this spring compared to last year, and that might show that travelers are looking for a bit more of an off the beaten path experience this spring. And we're also noticing that people are just spending more time in the places that they're traveling to this spring, and solo travelers especially. They are opting for trips with an average of 17 nights this spring, and family trips are also averaging around 8 nights. So longer trips in general, people are really getting to connect with the destinations they're traveling to. And for guests who are interested in this type of travel, what's great is that more than 2/3 of hosts on Airbnb offer weekly or monthly discounts to make those types of trips a little bit more affordable.
Very cool. So let's talk about some of the destinations that are trending this spring and maybe share some tips for people wanting to plan some sort of getaway.
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of interesting destinations trending this spring, whether they're hosting major events or warm weather beach destinations. But some things we've seen are Basel, Switzerland has made the list, Milan, Italy, Stillwater, Oklahoma has made the list. They're hosting a family weekend at Oklahoma State this spring. And we're also seeing destinations like Gulf Shores, Alabama, and Ubatuba, Brazil trend this spring as well. And then in terms of tips, I always recommend people looking at our redesigned search filters. They can really get specific on what types of amenities you're looking for and finding stays that way. I'd also keep an eye out for quality badges like guest favorites. Those indicate some of the most loved Airbnbs on the platform. And then also just taking a look at the listing reviews before booking. They can really help with setting the expectations of your trip.
Very cool. And what about more information? If people want to kind of get some ideas going, get the juices flowing, where can they go?
Yeah, you can head to Airbnb.com or you can download the Airbnb app.
Okay, Allie Killam, appreciate the time and happy spring to you. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a big spring plant sale at Memphis Botanic Garden, April, and it is certainly one of those plant sales that need to be recognized because there are all kinds of plants that you can buy there, shapes and sizes, you name it. Let's check in with Wyatt Peterson. He is the greenhouse manager at Memphis Botanic Garden. Wyatt, good morning to you. Tell us a little bit about this sale. It seems like it gets bigger and better each and every year. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah. Yeah, we're here in the greenhouse where we prepare a lot of the plants. We are getting stocked up and ready to go. We've got nearly 2 acres out there, and it is just packed to the brim with plants. And the greenhouse as well. And I mean, you think of it, you name it, we've got it. The sale is April 10th through April 12th at 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. April 10th is the members only day. So if you are a member, you can get a 10% discount on all of our plants and well, early access to all of the stuff. So you can get, the pick of the bunch. And it's going to be a great time.
So let me ask you this: is it native to Mid-South plants, or are there other exotic plants? Explain a little bit about it.
Yeah, so we've got a curated selection of plants grown in the Mid-South, they'll do perfect for your yard. Spring is a great time to start planting. So we've got it here, and we've got our horticulture staff walking around all day. So you come out there, you have any plant that you're interested in, ask them a question. They can tell you the whole story about that plant. Odds are they grew it from seed. So, you know, they can give you the entire background. You have pictures of your yard. They can show you where to plant it and how to care for it. I'm growing a bunch of houseplants. We've got really cool, exotic, and rare stuff that you can't necessarily find at the big box stores. So, I mean, we've got our natives, annuals, perennials, shrubs and trees. We've got fruits and herbs, and we've got veggies as well.
That's cool. So you can show somebody a picture of your property, and they'll tell you where to put it. That's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Tell us about the proceeds. I mean, this is a big fundraiser for you guys, right?
Yeah, all the proceeds go directly back into the garden. So it's going to support everything we do here, how we keep this place looking beautiful, but it's also going to help all of our community outreach, our education. It's a big benefit for us. It's where we get a lot of our funding.
Excellent, excellent. So anything else we need to know about? We said it, April 10th is open just for Memphis Botanic Garden members. The 11th and 12th, it's open to the public for free. Anything else we can talk about, Wyatt?
Well, I've got some plants I can show you if you would like.
Let's do it.
All right, so right here, I've got a ghost cactus. This is pretty unique. It's white variegated, so it's barely got any green on it, hence why it's called a ghost cactus. And that's pretty rare and unique. We've got this mosaic ficus as well, and these are all houseplants, by the way. And this thing can get 12 feet tall if you keep growing it. But it's got beautiful patterns on its leaves. We've got these hybrid begonias. They've got great patterns on their leaves as well. You know, the houseplants are really showy and a lot of fun. But we've also got plenty of stuff out in the nursery that would be perfect for the yard.
Fantastic. Wyatt, I appreciate that. A little show and tell on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much. Good luck, and we appreciate all the work that you do at Memphis Botanic Garden to make that place shine so much. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. The time now is 10:33. I've been waiting all morning long for this interview. Great things happening in DeSoto County. They actually have Dining Week coming up next week. That's April 7th through the 13th. And right now we're bringing in our friend John Frost, the DeSoto County Director of Tourism, helping us spell it all out and plan ahead for that very exciting week. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us today.
No, thanks so much for joining us. So let's just jump right into it. A very exciting week next week. What can we expect for DeSoto County Dining Week?
Well, what you can expect is a high level of participation from some very quality restaurants across the county. Obviously, that includes South Haven, Olive Branch, Hernando, Horn Lake, and Walls. We have a number of participants that are offering deals up to 25% off or a special $25 offer at their establishment throughout the week. We have some great spots on board this year, such as Elfo Grasanes, Mesquite Chop House, Magnolia Bend Grill, and then fan favorites around our county, such as Coffee Central, and then new establishments have joined this year as well, both new to our dining scene, but also new to joining us with Dining Week.
That's so exciting. That's a lot to look forward to. And I did read that there were over 30 different local restaurants participating. And I know this is the second time for this. Is this double the number from last year, or did you guys start with 30 restaurants last year as well?
We are up a little bit this year. We did year one to do some learnings and just kind of give everybody an opportunity to participate based on what would work with their business model. But as we continue to grow and develop and improve our relations with the community, both in the restaurants and then with visitors to DeSoto County, we wanted to put a little bit more of a parameter around it. So 2025 made it very easy for us to come up with a theme of 25% off or a $25 offer. And we've been able to attract a few more folks because we've been able to show a track record of success from 2024 and all the folks that were able to join us. It's been a really fun time because you just get to try something new. Maybe it's something new at a restaurant you like to go to. Maybe it's a restaurant you've been wanting to go to, and generally it might break the bank, but now you have an opportunity to try something that is different for you in some way, shape, or form. And that's what we're really wanting to encourage people to do is get out, have a good time. Last year we did it in January when that big ice storm hit, so it was a little tricky. This year, great weather. So thankfully April treats us nice in terms of that and allowing people to get out and try new things here in DeSoto County.
Yeah, fingers crossed, and hopefully a little rain won't stop us. You know how April is, those April showers, but still get out and try several of those restaurants. I have to ask you, I know there are a handful of restaurants to try. I know there are some spots where coffee houses, dessert shops, as well as just, you know, your American dishes as well. Is there any spot that we must stop by, or is there a dish that we just have to try throughout this week?
Well, I think the hard thing for me to not always say nice things about is Memphis Barbecue Company. Melissa Cookston and her team have joined us this year. And, you know, I've lived in several different areas, so I know the different conversations about barbecue. But when I can tell somebody that if you come to Memphis Barbecue Company in Horn Lake, you do not need barbecue sauce on your barbecue. It is prepared so well. That one's always a big hit for me. I love Stack's Pancake Kitchen. We have that sitting in Silo Square here in South Haven, so you can start your day off right with a fantastic 25% off of your meal. So take mom out, take the family out, and have a wonderful start to your day. Finish it off with a lovely dinner in the middle of the day there, you know, or if you need a dessert, Vampire Penguin is on board this year as well. And if you need a little coffee break, don't forget Coffee Central.
Something for everyone. Along with Dining Week, are there any outside activities that will kind of play a role, or is it just all about going to check out the latest and greatest dishes at these restaurants?
Well, it's definitely a popular time here in DeSoto County. Spring sports season is here, so we're very, very busy with youth sports tournaments. That is a big thing. Also, Wheels and Wings Festival is going to be over in Olive Branch that weekend as well. So you can get out, have a good time with the family, try some wings, play some cornhole, look at some fantastic cars. But you know, aside from that, you know, if you don't visit DeSoto County too often, you need somewhere to, you know, take a nice walk. Hernando has done wonders developing the walking trails around Renaissance Park. They've added a dog park, a skate park. So it's you know, as long as the weather's nice to us, we have a lot of opportunities for families to come down, try a new restaurant, try a new dessert shop, and enjoy the afternoon out with the family.
Sounds like a plan, so you can eat all the great dishes and, of course, just experience the great things happening in DeSoto County. John, was there anything you wanted to share that I did not ask you today you want our viewers to take away with them from this interview?
Well, the really important thing for me is that that we shine a light on our diverse, delicious cuisine available across DeSoto County. We have very high quality restaurants here with Chef Michael Patrick at Magnolia Bend Grill, for example, and just encourage people to try something new in a fun, affordable way. That's what we are really doing this for. We want to support our local businesses, our local restaurants, and see you guys out in the community, whether you're from Collierville, Germantown, Memphis, Millington. Come down, check out DeSoto County for an afternoon or an evening, and have a nice meal and say hi while you're here. And we look forward to welcoming everybody to DeSoto County.
Oh, I love that. Well, as a Mississippi native, I'm excited about this, and I can vouch that there's some great food in DeSoto County, so we are looking forward to that. Well, that's John Frost, the DeSoto County Director of Tourism. Thanks so much for stopping by the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We'll chat with you later. See ya.
Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend.
Likewise. All right, guys, you're getting a live look outside. Another look at that Enbridge for you. 55 degrees. Not the prettiest look, but we'll take it. It's dry right now. Of course, we have your weather updates coming up for you in the next 60 seconds.
On the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Monday morning, a very active couple of days across the Mid-South as we have gone through the last few days with a transition point. Today is that transition point for us across the Mid-South after a very active Sunday evening. And of course, the showers and thunderstorms exiting the Action News 5 coverage area and eventually bringing back sunshine as we go through the course of the day, but cooler sunshine. In fact, temperatures only managing the middle 60s here with the north wind coming around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight we'll drop back into the 40s, mostly clear, northeasterly wind 5 to 10 miles per hour as we go through that time frame. But I do want to give you a first alert. There are changes, my friends, coming in our direction. Another risk for strong and severe thunderstorms coming into play for late Wednesday, kind of on a similar vein as to what we just saw with our system on Sunday. The system will come through the area later in the day. A lot of the day will be warm and windy, sunshine breaking back out, and then the storms take hold during the evening and overnight period. But unfortunately for us, this is not going to be a system that's going to be one and done. It's not in and out. This one is going to be more so a situation that could be reminiscent of what we had about 2 or 3 weeks ago when we had one round of storms and then another one right on its heels to take us into the next day. So it's very possible that we could have to extend the first alert weather day from Wednesday evening all the way through Thursday. That's not to also delineate, we have to delineate the other part of this as well, that there's flooding concerns on the back end of all of this. A very active period of time expected through the middle and latter portion of this week. Here's a look at our severe weather risk. Again, an enhanced level 3 out of 5 risk that stretches from Lake Michigan all the way to northern Louisiana. Of course, right here in the middle, the Mid-South. And that could be one of the things that kind of gives you an idea that we could be dealing with some strong and severe thunderstorms. Again, kind of being in the middle of the risk zone kind of gives you that idea. That's something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. But again, the entire Action News 5 coverage area underneath that level 3 out of 5 risk. And I would not be surprised, based off of what we've been seeing, that over the course of either later today or going into tomorrow, that there could be an upgrade to a moderate risk. And again, even yesterday, we were teetering on the edge of a moderate risk with the storms that came rolling through here last night. And this one may be a little bit stronger than the storm system that we saw on Sunday. This storm system coming in here on Wednesday. Notice the storms beginning to flare up back out to the west across Arkansas as well as Missouri. That's lunchtime. Look at the temperatures, though. We're well into the 80s on Wednesday afternoon, actually nearing record high territory with a very strong south wind. That wind's going to be howling out of the south at about 20 plus miles per hour, meaning gusts could be higher than that outside of any thunderstorms. That's 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Storms beginning to erupt and become more organized, working their way eastward as we head through the early evening hours. And again, see how the cells, again, all kind of individualized along a line. At 7 p.m., we're still up around 80 degrees. Keep that in mind because of the fact that that is going to be fuel for the fire. And I always anecdotally say this, the 2 or 3 hours around sunset or sunrise tend to be the worst when it comes down to weather. It's just the diurnal cycle turning around, and that's usually what's going to end up happening here. And I think that by the time we get towards around sunset, the storms really take hold. And notice how they just kind of lay themselves down. They don't really go all the way through the Action News 5 coverage area, because guess what? That front starts to lose its luster. It starts to lose its push. So this becomes a lazy front. And there's another one that's behind it that will do the exact same thing for Thursday. A very active period, because guess what? That leads up to flood concerns. If not the potential for severe weather, I think the severe weather potential will come in on the early side of the system. Damaging winds, large hail, tornado risk, all in the medium category. And then a high risk of heavy rainfall that leads up to flooding concerns. So once the severe weather potential may go down, the flood threat becomes the more dominant thing. And unfortunately, this may be a multi-day scenario that plays out, because guess what? There's a level 2 out of 5 risk that takes us into Thursday, because that front is still right on top of us. And another one's going to come slamming southward to give it another push. And that push is going to allow for us to get another round of storms to get going that could be strong to severe come Thursday, mid to late morning into the afternoon hours. Remember, there's 2 fronts, and the second one also stalls out. And there's a ton of moisture coming in off the Gulf and the Pacific, and that is going to lead up to flood concerns. A stretch here from northeastern Texas through central and southern Arkansas, North Mississippi, West Tennessee, and into western Kentucky. This area here, it is very possible of 8 to 10 inches of rainfall. This is the WPC's outlook, and you can see that stripe there. It's a little farther displaced to the north, but you get the general idea. Somebody is going to get a lot of rainfall over the course of a 7-day period. Not all of this will happen at one time, but understand there will be periods of time where the rain will become more dominant, that you could see on one day's time 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, the next day 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, and it just piles up from there. Now, the farther south that you go, it's all dependent on where the frontal boundary lays itself. If it stalls out on top of Memphis, yeah, this is going to be the area to watch for the potential for 10 inches of rainfall. If it's a little farther north of Memphis, where the WPC has their outlook, again, it could be more so the 10 inches for places like Wynne, Harrisburg, Blytheville, up towards Dyersburg. I don't think it's going to go too much farther to the south. So places like Corinth and Oxford, you guys, yeah, heavy rainfall, it could lead up to some localized flooding concerns over the course of a couple of days. But as far as the main flood concern, it will probably stay to your north. So that's something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. That front is going to be critical to the overreaching forecast in the extended forecast, because the front will lift back northward, it seems like, on Friday. And that may lend itself to a period of drier weather, at least for the majority of the Action News 5 coverage area. And then where the front hangs up at, that's where we could see more flooding rains potentially in play for Friday. The front comes sliding back southward on Saturday. That brings us another wave of very heavy rainfall and finally exits the region through the course of Sunday morning. And in the wake of that, cooler air will come along with it as well. So let's go day by day here. 64 today. Again, got the clouds this morning, sunshine on the way, okay? Tuesday, back to the 70s. Not a bad looking day. Gorgeous, mostly to partly sunny. Wednesday, first alert weather day. Understand, again, similar to your Sunday, it's not necessarily all day long. Morning hours, fine. We get into the early afternoon, watching storms developing to the west. It's going to be late afternoon, early evening that we see the severe weather potential increasing across the Mid-South that will continue through the overnight period. And then a resurgence of storms comes in here on Thursday that will be heavy in nature and the potential for strong storms as well. Friday, again, the front kind of slips back to the north, opens us up to a drier day slightly, and I do mean that slightly. It's all depending on where the front ultimately ends up at Friday. Then it comes back southward with heavy rainfall on Saturday before clearing out through Sunday, and behind that cooler weather will take us into the early portions of next week. Highs back in the 60s, which will be actually below average for the early portion of April. Stay weather aware. We'll keep you advised.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Heart disease still remains the #1 killer of both adult men and women in the U.S., but few realize the critical role that genetics play when it comes to our heart health. Let's talk more about this discussion with someone and a couple of people who actually know a lot about this next topic. We're talking about the critical role of genetics, specifically high lipoprotein a. I'm joined now on the digital desk by cardiologist Dr. Keith Ferdinand and Susan Riley, a Family Heart Foundation ambassador who has firsthand experience with this condition. Good morning to you both. And Susan, I'd like to begin with you. Tell me about lipoprotein a and the high levels and how that affected you and your health. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, high LP(a) impacts my family in many ways. So as a spouse, my husband had his first cardiac event in his early 40s. We didn't understand about it. We didn't know why it was happening. It was aggressive and we wanted it to stop. And then as a mom, I lost my 23-year-old daughter, Catherine, to a heart attack. And dealing with the fact I couldn't help her, I just didn't know. And then after Catherine passed, I was tested and found out that I have high LP(a) as well. And so there's a whole host of emotions that go along with that diagnosis and learning to navigate through the system. So we deal with it every day in almost every way.
Oh my gosh, that is awful. And I know a little bit about it because some of my family members have high lipoprotein a. Dr. Ferdinand, can you talk about what levels are considered dangerous with high lipoprotein a and who should be screened for this?
Well, first of all, everyone should be screened. It's actually quite common. High LP(a) is found in about 1 out of 5 or 20% of the population. Now, it depends on how the lab reports, but usually it's 125 if nanomoles and 50 if milligrams. That's a little detailed. But if you have a family history of having a heart attack, stroke that's premature, 40s, 50s, or even in the early 60s, then you may have high LP(a), which increases your risk for heart attacks and strokes. So the short answer is everyone should be checked.
Okay, and what's considered high, doctor? Like if you were to get a test, what's the elevated risk?
Well, as I mentioned, there are 2 ways it can be measured. In nanomoles, it's 125. In milligrams, it's 50. So you really need to have your clinician, your physician or nurse practitioner, help you to interpret the results of the test. You can get a test for free from the Family Heart Foundation to cholesterolconnect.org. And when you get that information, you should share it with your clinician.
Okay, and Susan, tell me about what you're doing about, overall health, and what would you like to say to others who perhaps, do a blood test, they realize that they also have high lipoprotein a?
Yeah. So the first thing you should do is find a community who understands the disease and the impacts to your life. I found that through Family Heart Foundation, where I learned that there were things that I could do today to reduce my risk. I learned to advocate for myself and for others. They taught me how to ask the right questions and find the right doctors. And so I think everyone should do that. If you do have high LP(a), find a community that can support you in that way.
Okay, thank you, Susan. And Dr. Ferdinand, if we have high LP(a), what can we do to reduce our risk of heart disease and stroke?
Well, there's no FDA-approved treatment today for high LP(a), and there's research that's ongoing. But what it tells you, if your high LP(a) is found, that you then can target those conventional risk factors, lower the LDL cholesterol, control blood pressure if you have hypertension, decrease your glucose if you have sugar, increase physical activity, and of course, no one should smoke. So having a high LP(a) will tell you that you need to target those conventional risk factors, but it also will tell you that you can check your family members, especially first-degree relatives, mother, father, sister, brother, and children, because since it's genetic, they may also have high LP(a).
A fascinating discussion, and certainly more needs to be done. Where can we get information online if someone's interested in learning more about LP(a)?
The Family Heart Foundation is a nonprofit. It's a wonderful source of information, as Susan has mentioned. And you can really get a free test at cholesterolconnect.org from the Family Heart Foundation. They'll mail a kit to you. And then you can discuss those results with your clinician, whether it be a physician or nurse practitioner.
Okay, Dr. Ferdinand and Susan, we really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you for really shedding a light on something that people might not think about when they think of heart disease. And there's 1 in 5 Americans that have this dangerous condition. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, the time now is 10:56. That wraps it up for us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We hope you join us tomorrow, starting off at 7 a.m. We'll go from 7 to 11. We hope to see you then. For now, we're going to turn it over to Action News 5 Midday with Jerry Askin and First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis.